Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 7th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric, and each and every one of you as hosts and co-hosts. As we all have microphones, we encourage you to interact and share the knowledge that you have with the others. I'm sure everyone has knowledge that I don't have, and I may have knowledge that everyone else doesn't have. So all souls are equal, and we're trying to understand this whole process of cosmic rays and the interaction with the creator, rays of the cosmos, the fields, the different interactions, where we came from. Mr. Keshe seems to be asking us a question about the reason for the creation, but also tracing our roots back. I know we like to do it in the matter state, or some people do, but really going back into the origin of the fields or the rays and their interactions. And it gives us, again, another new knowledge. It adds to our knowledge. And he says it makes the transmutation process even easier. So we're going to get into that today. And if you have something you'd like to bring or share or discuss, I know there's many issues on the table right now, rather disconcerting to many, but maybe this is a process that we have to go through as a species or as humanity. And maybe a mirror has to be put up there to show us what we're really about. I know Mr. Keshe indicated that even if we gave you the advanced technology, without the soul being elevated in 1 generation or 2 generations, you'll be right back to killing and eating each other. So this is part of the process, this step of getting to peace. There's a number of ways we're applying it through our own energies, through the release of the Gans waters and the World Peace Treaty. But it's for each and every one of us to find peace within ourselves, peace within our immediate environment, let's say, with the family, the neighbors, the work environment, and then, of course, peace with the universe or with the universal community, which we'll be interacting with more and more, I think, as time goes on and we understand more about these cosmic rays and the rest of it. But before we go fully into the program, I think we should read the World Peace Treaty. It seems quite appropriate, and day after day, it's getting more and more relevant to our circumstances, depending on what part of the world you're in. But I think these talk of wars, aggression, escalation, saber rattling will all come to an end as the collective reaches this understanding that we can create peace through our energies. Even signing a piece of paper does help, but of course you don't have to sign it. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. And as we've heard, I'm sure when you go into the universe, you'll never see anything written. So enjoy it now. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate. Whether it's your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, bodies, or a soul, or souls. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position, and then again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So this seems quite appropriate for religious leaders, world leaders, to put down these. What they do is they actually give the pretext for world leaders to go to a war. It all seems to start with religion and where they have their eyes set on other things, perhaps. I know we talked about the Ukraine situation, about the looting of the Eastern Orthodox churches, and now apparently the bets have changed and they're wanting to loot or destroy and loot countries in the Middle East. But maybe, as I said, this is a process we have to go through in a way. And maybe, as Mr. Keshe said, people won't accept this technology out of the love of it, but out of the fear of their own demise. So we don't know exactly what's happening, but I know Mr. Keshe talked about going the easy way or going the hard way. So perhaps there'll be a combination of both coming up. But whatever it is, the peace will be delivered. It's already here. It just needs to be manifested. We need to raise the collective awareness that they join us in creating through their fields this peace, this permanent peace. And of course, the soul of this planet will become elevated in that process as well. And perhaps we'll talk a little bit more about that during the creating of the Dome of Peace. Anyone have any comments about the World Peace Treaty? You can share it with others. A lot of people don't realize that we can create peace, and they always are reacting to their environment, but we can generate it from within ourselves. And again, it's not a day job. It's not something you snap your finger and it's done. We've taken quite a while to get ourselves into this position, and hopefully it won't take as long to get ourselves out of this position. But we'll see how humanity and the governments, all of this technology in exchange for peace is on the table, and more that's not on the table that we couldn't even imagine. So hopefully we stop playing these foolish games of war and killing and stealing and destruction, when everything in the universe is free if you know how to play. And the Keshe Foundation certainly has shown that they know how to play and create through the fields of the universe. And this is what we're all learning about. More and more, we've missed quite a bit of it. And I don't want to share with you exactly my depth of the knowledge, but I have before. One of the things we've been reading, and we didn't conclude it last week, was this paper, A Shared Future, that China has put out in sometime in 23, maybe September. And we've read through different parts of it. It's a beautiful alternative to war. It calls for collaboration and cooperation and sort of a win-win environment rather than a win-lose situation. So I will read the remaining. It's just the conclusion here, but it's a beautiful paper. I can just scroll it up to the top here. And this is quite a comprehensive. This is the Third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation, a global community of shared future, China's proposals and actions. And of course, China is one of our partners, in the Keshe Foundation technology will probably prominently be displayed in their space program, along with other nations. I know that the research will continue in China, the research will continue in Iran, the research will continue in Arizona and other locations around to probably populate the store with thousands or tens of thousands of products, plus other beautiful developments of cleaning water systems, perhaps for agriculture, energy production, if we even need that type of energy production. Again, there's so many beautiful facets of the Foundation's technology to be brought into our lives. And I think more and more it'll affect every single area of our lives. So let's just finish the remaining conclusion. Well, they talk about here in panel 9, I guess there were 8 other panels that we've read about, the northern trek of wandering elephants. In March of 2020, a group of wild Asian elephants from the Xinyu National Nature Reserve in Yunnan province traveled north, passing through multiple places in the province. After traveling for about a year and a half, they safely returned home under the care and meticulous protection of the local government and people. The collective migration of Asian elephants made regular headlines in China and attracted the attention of Nietzscheans. I'm not sure if that's citizens, but it says Nietzscheans here, around the world, sparking lively domestic and international discussion on building a home on Earth featuring harmony between man and nature. And we're almost to the conclusion. Whether dealing with the current crisis or creating a better future together, all countries need to unite and cooperate. Faced with profound changes unseen in a century, China has proposed the building of a global community of shared future, calls on all countries to uphold the concept of a shared future, fully communicate and consult with each other, share governance responsibilities, and form broad consensus and take concerted actions to address global issues so as to inject confidence and momentum into humanity's drive towards a bright future. It almost sounds like the One Planet, One Nation, One Race program for world peace that the Keshe Foundation puts on or the Universal Council puts on every Tuesday. So the conclusion of this paper, all good principles should adapt to changing times in order to remain relevant. A broad consensus of solidarity and cooperation has developed in the international community behind the proposal and the implementation of the concept of a global community of shared futures to address the challenges facing humanity. Looking to the future, it is bound to shine as a pioneering thought with the power of truth that transcends time and space, opening up a beautiful prospect of common development, long-term stability, and sustained prosperity for human society. The future of humanity is bright, but it will not come without effort. Building a global community of shared futures is both a salutary vision and a historical process that calls for generations of hard work. To realize this goal, confidence and determination are of foremost importance. The trend of our times for peace, development, and win-win cooperation cannot be halted. Building a global community of shared futures is the way forward for all the world's peoples. However, it is not a goal to be accomplished overnight, and there will be no plain sailing. We need to make unremitting efforts and forge ahead with perseverance. We should never give up on our dreams because of harsh realities. We should never stop pursuing our ideals because they seem out of reach. How timely. To realize this goal, a broad mind and a global vision are central as we live in great times. In the face of common challenges, no person or country can remain isolated. The only response is to work together in harmony and unity. Only by strengthening coordination and cooperation and ensuring that the interests of the people of every country will be kept in line with those of all others. Can all countries move forward towards a global community of shared future? To realize this goal, a sense of responsibility and will to act hold the key. The key to success is simple and boils down to action. Building a global community of shared future depends on the joint actions of all countries. All countries should take a sense of responsibility that treats the task as a bound duty and take concrete actions instead of being bystanders. We should strengthen dialogue, build consensus, promote peace and development, improve governance, and carry out global actions, global responses, and global cooperation. Our journey ahead will be a lengthy and arduous one, but as long as we press ahead with perseverance, there will be much to expect. Successes and setbacks await us, but hopes abound. When all countries unite in pursuing the cause of common good, plan together and act together day by day towards the right direction of building a global community of shared futures, we can build an open, inclusive, clean, and beautiful world of lasting peace, universal security, and shared prosperity, and jointly create a better future for all of humanity. And yes, I think we could do this in the matter state alone. But because of the non-elevation of the soul in certain individuals and other types, they seem to get us jammed up in this thinking that there's only a limited amount of resources and certain people or certain countries want to grab those resources. But as the Keshe Foundation is showing, everything can be created out of the fields. And this is a beautiful aspect, and the technology is on the table in exchange for peace. And it does sound like the BRICS nations are in that sort of development, cooperation, collaboration, and a beautiful shared future. And of course, our future takes us into space. And this is part of where the Keshe plasma technology comes into play, as we'll see China developing a colony on the moon, perhaps in the next 5 years or so. Mr. Keshe said we can do it quicker. Actually, he said we may have the champagne ready there when they arrive. So perhaps there'll be a two-tiered type of program. But again, it's the new space technology without rockets, without fuels, and without the matter state. Perhaps until we get there, and then we can sort of use the fields to build structures that allows us to manifest our physicality safely. And then, of course, we have the opportunity to venture outside those domes and to experience what life is really like on the moon. So this is our future, peace, prosperity, development, cooperation, collaboration, and that leads into our working with the universal community. So thank you for listening. Any comments about this? They call it the BRICS, and the West has been asked to join in this development and collaboration and cooperation of nations for probably 20 years, but apparently so far we've put up an arm and given the stiff arm and say, no, we don't want to step foot in that arena. We're continuing on this path, but this is about to change in a much bigger way than we've ever seen on this planet. As the technology comes into play and as the people become knowledgeable and elevated and move in a different direction. I know Mr. Keshe said the release of technology will probably turn these countries away from making toys of war to start using the space technology, even here on Earth, as we've heard a couple weeks ago with the hovering car in the domain of the Tesla automotive group. So we'll have to see, but this should deter a lot of people from their daily activities, whether you're a world leader or just a man on the street, and start finding out more about what's happening and what sort of science, ethos, and language is found within the Keshe Foundation. It's a whole unending world of knowledge. So we thank you for that. We did play a little bit last week of the cosmic rays, and I think we're going to go a little bit more into that if we could. I know in the Keshe Foundation store, you can actually, we have the transmutation process there, but if you go up to the top of the page, there's an offering here for a plasma cosmic ray material. He talked about cosmic rays a lot in the 532nd, and now there's a process that we're not aware of, but to create this cosmic ray material and actually use it for communication and transmutation or even transportation. So it doesn't give a big description of it, but it's right here. As we listen to this 262, you'll start to get a feeling or an understanding of how important this cosmic ray material is. Much more important than I've ever really considered it. But let's go back to the 262 here, and I'll just, maybe I can write on there something if I can take a pen and, let's see here, let's just use a blue color, I suppose. And we'll just say, because for some reason the screen is not, we'll say the work of C14. Just so we get, and again, there's probably a multiplicity of fields in the universe, but he said this was more of the, one of the most important ones that we've totally not calculated in our understanding. And science hasn't brought this material into the matter state. So let's spend about 10 minutes here understanding a little bit more. It doesn't say the C14 is within that cosmic ray material, but I would say it is. And there'll be teachings on it. And also the price may fluctuate on this in the future, Mr. Keshe indicated to us. But let's hear a little bit more. We're going to cover a couple paragraphs of what we heard last week, and then we'll stop it at around 59 minutes. Excuse me.
We got to look at the different structure. We got to look at the real structure. We got to understand the totality of the physical structure of the man, and something which comes up and pops up very, very nicely. But as I said, in the world of science, in the world of chemistry, in the world of biology, we have brought this misunderstanding, which now, as I said, we have to correct. And then it becomes a path, it becomes a beginning in understanding how and the way things are brought together, things are processed together, things are put together in the physical structure of the man through the connection of the body of the man with his physicality, with his soul. In so many ways, we got to go back to the basic and make some small corrections or add to the knowledge to be able to go to the next step. If we look and understand how, in which steps mankind has taken a step and has gone through the process of creation, a lot of mysteries about the life of the man, operation of the life of the man, the soul of the man, operation of the soul of the man, operation of physicality of the man, all can be understood. All can be taken to the next step, all can be added or can be understood to be added. What does this mean? One of the fundamental problems in the whole cycle of the understanding of the physiology of the man is the construction of the physicality of the man, and how everything has been based on one or two elements, but man has calculated everything else but these one or two elements. This is very much like we have missed half of the equation. We have missed half of the knowledge. We have missed part of it which was really there and we didn't see. Or we never understood that this is part of totality. This is part of what we've been missing. This is, in essence, part which will bring us, forces us. We have no choice but to understand it, to be able to continue with it, to be able to extract from it the real knowledge. And in so many ways, this carbon-14 as the energy of the plasma, as energy of the fields of the plasma, has never been understood in clarity. And man has made, because of his presence, a lot of mistakes in the structure of the amino acid of the body of the man. It causes cancers and it cures cancers. It creates The destruction of the connection layers of the brain of the man leads to your age, your stroke, leads to understanding of the total work. It affects every operation of the physicality of the man. It affects every operation of the soul of the man. It affects every connection between the soul of the man and soul of the physicality. And most of the time, the world of science has never considered, never understood that what this means. What can be created, what can be given, what can be added, what can be amalgamated from understanding of the work of the carbon-14. One of the problems of it is that the scientific world has not managed to produce it the way it works in the body of the man in a, what we call as a Ganz condition, as a plasmatic condition. It has a sequence. It repeats itself in different combination, and because of its dynamism and is what you call separation of the physicality from the neurosystem, man have always ignored it. If you look in the dimension of the work of nitrogen, we look to the work of carbon-14, and we look into operation of like CH3, it has, and it should have given us a lot of clues. We should have understood a lot of clues. I spent a lot of time today in trying to explain the work of carbon-14, because it's something, it's so fundamental that it needs a time to be spent on it, because now you will understand the work of the transmutation. How transmutation becomes possible. It comes the work of transportation across the universe. It comes from the point of insulation and isolation of the fields of the universe. Somebody's microphone is open. It comes to understanding the totality and the relationship between different parts and structure of the physicality and the soul of the man. And in so many ways is the pathway of the soul of the man to connect with the universal community in the path of the line of communication. When we spoke about the carbon in CO2, when we use it for conductivity and connection in our medical applications or in other fields, carbon-14 is the same, but in the dimension with the connection with the soul of the man and physicality of the man. Is the pathway, the way, the as we call it, the wire, the string, where the soul of the man leaves the physicality of the man. Is the connection where you go what you call a dream time, but it knows where to connect to, happens through that. It has a fingerprint of the interaction of the soul. It has a fingerprint of the interaction action of the universe. And in so many different ways, we have to understand the work of carbon-14, carbon at all, altogether. What is a carbon-14? Rick, can you pull up on the Wikipedia or a wiki, what is carbon-14 in the matter state?
Okay, I'll leave it right there. We can, oops, I'd like to copy that and we'll just put this in the chat for everyone. Let's see if we can do that here. And just so you can play a little bit more, he said we've ignored this quite a bit. So that's the little excerpt from the 262. And then, of course, if we look in the store, curiously enough, we see the carbon-14. Let me just erase that little bit of, let's see if we can clear this. No. Where's our eraser here? Let's just clear this if we can. Okay, there we go. So interestingly enough, we have this offer from the Keshe Foundation of the cosmic ray material. He said you could use 1, 2, 3, or 4 of these, put these around the house. It'll be taught a little bit later, but it's quite a very interesting type of carbon. It behaves differently than the other carbons, not that the other carbons don't have a value. But just to get you thinking about these cosmic rays, as he said, it affects the physicality, the soul of the man in connection with the soul of physicality. And it has some sort of property to separate the physicality from the neurosystem. And he said, that's why we ignored it. But it allows you to go into that apparently dream state of some sort, but now we're going to do it consciously. So just a couple words of the on the carbon-14. And then, of course, just to mention another offer in the store, we have the transmutation sessions, which we've already gone through January, February, and March. The next one will be April. These sessions are €300 plus value added tax. You're helping the foundation develop the systems that we saw where we played that little excerpt of the wellness structure or the wellness system that we saw, which the soul of the man, the transmutation of the physicality and the soul of the man and feeding are embedded within that system. So you can sign up for these, and it's the third Friday. I don't know what the date is of the third Friday of April, but that's when these sessions are offered. They're very quiet. You use headphones and you just listen. And there's a feedback that goes on, and there's some work that goes on, and you can give to the system or you can receive from the system. I think it's more important to give to the system, but these are part of keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, which is the clip we'll play at the end of this session. So you can become a trial volunteer. Yes, you have to pay for it. This is part of the team understanding and learning more of this process. You can find it there and order it and book your virtual seat. And as we just indicated, here is the cosmic ray material. No one knows how to gather this material or convert it, and that won't be shared. So if you'd like to receive some of that, you'll have to order it through the Keshe Foundation. And this is probably what's going to be backing up the Keshe coin and the rest of it. It's not going to be backed by air. It'll be backed by the knowledge of the creator, let's say. Okay, we should go to the 532nd workshop. I thought we'd start at the end and hear Mr. Keshe's conclusion, but very interesting points about understanding this bigger structure, which he said would help us open our eyes to this bigger structure, this origin of the fields, where they came from, how the creator was created, and trace back these fields, and it adds a certain new knowledge to us. But we do need to understand the fields of the cosmos, or the field of the cosmos, and the fields of interaction of the cosmos, and the interaction of the fields of creation and the creator and cosmic rays and the structure of the physicality of the man. And then perhaps we're ready to transmute. So there's quite a number of things, even though he went on with the RNA, and our RNA has embedded within it the RNA of the unicos, or the cosmos, within it. So this is part of the knowledge we need to tap into, and it will help us to see our future, perhaps, and maybe even to change it. He talked about in this workshop about holding the soul here until it becomes a perfect soul. That's my understanding, and then go out into the universe and do some creation, rather than with a soul that has a wrong streak embedded in it that we would carry from this planet. So let's take some time here, and feel free to interrupt me or add anything you'd like to add to this. If there's something in the workshop that stood out for you, please share it with us. But let's hear again, as he said, we don't teach you anything that's not there.
There is no difference. I told you, we never teach you anything which is not there. This is why we open your eyes to understand it. And then you understand why I always said 80% of what you eat comes from cosmos, because you just put the seed of it. You create that electron, you create that little thing that the bigger thing has to feed it. You put that food in the stomach, converts it into, against a plasma of the fields. Now it says to the universe, I'm little one, feed me to here. This is what I need. And then I add this to feed the energy balance of the DNA of the universe within my body.
So we are certainly connected to the rays, the fields of the universe. Even you're absorbing 80% of it without even you knowing, and then you put some food in your intestinal tract, and more cosmic rays, more cosmic fields come in and fill your body up. As he said, I'm the little one, I need to be fed. And so we are just really full of, we're collecting so many fields. This is what he was trying to tell us. We're part of this whole living structure of the creation. Each and every one of us here, and each of everything that's been created or is in the dimension of plasma, it's all part of a living structure, a very large living structure, but it's all connected.
And then you understand how your soul is connected through the fields which come to feed you. They come to, in essence, deliver energies of the universe to RNA of the field of the universe in your body from your ancestor side, become the connection of you with the universe. Then man does not need to understand much to become the, what we call, passenger of the universe. We have, through our own lack of understanding, through our own conduct, have blocked that passage. Have blocked to see what's on the other side of the wall. But the light, the energy still comes through that wall. It's us who have blinded us to see what's behind it. Now you understand how beautiful the knowledge of the creation is. And you do not need to be, what do you call it, a genius to understand it.
That was a very profound statement. You don't need to be a genius to understand this knowledge. As he said in many locations, no soul has a corner on the knowledge, and you're carrying the full knowledge of the creation of the universe within your RNA. That this DNA reads as some sort of disk or some sort of plasma energy in a way, and then works in the physicality area of it. So he's bringing us into a more deeper understanding by, in a way, tracing these fields back to see where this creation comes from and understanding more about it.
You just need to understand how the fields in different conditions interact and what they lead to that when you go through a transmutation, you come to acidic environment and you say, oh, if I come in the alkaline the way I was on earth, there's none of me. I better change. I bring another dimension of the fields out of me. Then you transmute, you manifest yourself in the dimension of the time, place, and space. Now you understand how sweet it is, how beautiful it becomes when you see the bigger picture. But we have to teach you step by step. You talk about the cosmic rays. We've been talking about the field feeding the man. Now you understand what is feed you at what you call 80% is the cosmic rays, which is embedded within your body. This is embedded part of the energy feeding of your central position. In a way, the 20% is for your matter state, the other 80% is for the soul of the structure of the cell of your body, which feeds the soul of the man, which connects you to the universe. You are two track-minded wholes, the physicality and the energy, and both needs to be fed. If one is not fed correctly, this is what happened to you, you get dead. You leave the physicality behind, the bull. The energy field goes, your soul leaves the body, the energy leaves the body. And then you leave the physicality behind. But the interesting thing is you go somewhere else and you start another physicality.
So that's very interesting. Yeah, you leave the physicality behind and you go somewhere else and you create another physicality. So it's just like a lover. You lose one lover or another one leaves. You can find another interaction if that's what you choose to do. So we really have the best of all worlds. It's just a matter of understanding it deeper to be able to do some of these fantastic and really just a natural process. We're going to do it anyway, but he's saying we can experience it before we have to discard the physicality.
Because now this thing has to interact, but it goes with what it interacts. So you're not out of it, but you're in a bigger mess, in a bigger environment. Here at least everything was made for you. The planet made the food, the cow, and everything you ate. Now you're out there on your own as an energy, and you have to feed it. And then somewhere in the interaction of totality, you have to manifest it. As a dust, as a soul, as a planet, as a star, or as another creature in the universe.
And again, he's talking to you directly. I don't think you'll be manifesting my soul. I won't be manifesting your soul. I won't be manifesting you in the physicality, and you won't be manifesting me. So he's talking directly to each and every one of us about our responsibilities of investigating and understanding this knowledge for ourselves. No one else.
What happens if your soul matches into the environment of the ocean of another planet, and you become the seed of life in that river, in that ocean, that starts a new generation? Would most of the souls which leave this planet end up in that ocean to create life in that ocean? Now you understand. Transmutation is in reality what happens to you at the point of death. Up to now, you didn't know where you go. Now you know where is your destiny. At least you can see where my soul would end up with my conduct, with my life, with my existence and the presence. In a way, what we teach to understand the bigger picture of the creation is for you to see the future, to be able to see the future of where you're going to end up. And would you change your conducts if you see where the end is? Because this physicality is demise. When man become wise, would he be able to create the condition to hold the soul of the man within a confinement system, and then elevate it to the level that it becomes a perfect soul to start a new generation of life in the universe when it transmutes itself and when it creates a new dimension and position.
So he was just asking, can we hold the soul in the system? I think he's talking about our system until it becomes a perfect soul and then go out into the universe and create a perfect new creation. That could be part of what he's saying. This is what it sounds like to me. Can we hold the soul? And maybe that's part of this life extension. If you had more time and you could see where your future is now based on your current conduct, perhaps you would adjust that in the interim so that when it's time, then you do the transmutation, but you do it perfectly. Yes.
So when you see your soul where you are, when you see your future, does it mean the dreams are the future?
It did seem like he was saying that in part of this workshop. I don't know if it's right here or not, but this is the work of showing you where your next position will be. I don't think I've seen that clearly at this point, but maybe this is what's coming up to see. Maybe I don't want to be in a desert. I'd rather be in, I think he goes on to explain a little bit of that. Go ahead, Ike, sorry.
What do you do if you don't like the dream? If we assume that the dreams are the future, and then what do you do if that dream is not pleasant? How do you change that?
Well, by changing your conduct and your behavior and your interactions, I would think. Remember that thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. What area could be lacking that you need to bring it up to par? For you,
Right.
that could be part of it. So we're having an opportunity here, it sounds like, to see what our future is based on our current behavior. And maybe that change in behavior would manifest a different position. Remember, your next position is based on, as I recall, what you've gathered in this lifetime, what you've understood, your conduct, and the rest of it. Again, I don't, know exactly, but this is what it sounds like. And so that position can be changed, Mr. Keshe is saying here, if you don't like it. And you would hold the soul in the physicality for an extended amount of time until you made those corrections. And that way, then you're ready to transmute and to create something perfect in the universe, rather than the soul that had that wrong streak in it that created this planet, and the many of other souls who have left this planet with that wrong streak in them and are in the process of starting solar system, planetary systems, and carrying with it the same trends. This is what it sounds like to me, but there's more. There's always more. Ike, any other thoughts?
No, it's. I think you answered it. Thinking good and
Yeah.
to change it. Hopefully, Alex can expand on it too.
Yes, yes. Alex, you can address that if you'd like. Okay, we continue.
Yes, that can be done. And this is part of the work of the Keshe Foundation, which we are.
So he said, yes, that can be done. Let's just back that up 1 minute.
To understand the bigger picture of the creation is for you to see the future, to be able to see the future of where you're going to end up. And would you change your conduct if you see where the end is? Because this physicality is demise. When man becomes wise, would he be able to create the condition to hold the soul of the man within the confinement system, and then elevated to the level that it becomes a perfect soul to start a new generation of life in the universe when it transmutes itself and when it creates a new dimension and position. Yes, that can be done. And this is part of the work of the Keshe Foundation, which we are teaching you. You can't see. It's a structure which is set up, and gradually you get to that point. When we tell you you're free to go where to go, it's the first time ever you see your destiny. You have a future in front of you, what is to become of your soul. Did you end up in those trips in the desert, or were you part of a life in the ocean of life somewhere else? You've seen your future, but you call it a dream. But this time, you are in what we call controlling seed, where it will go, and I do not like what's going to happen with it. I need to perfect it, that it goes to become what we call perfect condition for life. Now you understand. Now maybe you understand what all the cosmic rays is about. You went to United Nations, they took a swab of your saliva and they said which way your ancestors came and where is your origin from, which lake, and which way they took all the way through Asia, through North Pole, or through Europe. You became blonde and blue and Chinese looking. Now, if you understand the cosmic rays, you can trace back the origin of the life which led to the creation of. Where did you come from? In which essence of creation? Which that essence of creation still feeds you. But it needs that little trap to know where it comes, and you call it a food. I take vitamin C, I take this and that. That's 20%. Then you know what is seed to get the other 80%. I hope today you understand more the purpose of the teaching. Why are we going very slow? And slowly, every teaching, we're opening a new door. And then you wanted to understand what a cosmic ray and cosmic fields are. These are the path to your ancestors of the universe. Where you came from and how they're still feeding you without you knowing, through what you call the RNA, through what we call the magnetic field of the universe. When you're in the womb of the mother, she doesn't come and spoon feed you in the stomach. She delivers the energies that leads to the creation of you, to the existence of you, to maturity of you, and to completion of the life of you in the womb of the mother. So it's the same, the cosmic ray feeds the soul of the man in the womb of the physicality of the body of the man, ready for his next generation. Now we become more and more mature to understand what the teaching is about. And now we develop technologies to track back which part of the womb of the universe is feeding us and what we are getting from it, and which part, if we do change, allow us to understand more fields of the creation. So now you still have a problem with cosmic rays and cosmic fields. Now you understand the essence of the creation and what we call the evolution of life on this universe, on this galaxy, on this planet, which has ended up in the dimension of the magnetic field energy of this planet, and that has led to creation of the man and in a plasmatic field of itself, not in the matter state of itself. One day I will explain how you can become a stone while you're standing in your step, and how you can make a life out of a stone, a living thing, a living being. Because if you understand the process of the creation, this is nothing to do with just understanding what you need to do to allow that life, that combination of the energies we call the atomic structure, to take life dimension and then manifest this. I always said to those who understood, maybe some of you are ready to understand. They say there is near the amount of 1 nail iron in the body of the man. If you know what to do with a nail on the floor, you can make a man to live from that nail. We can lead a life out of that. Because in the nail is in the matter state, in the body of the man is in the plasma state, which has a different volume, different interaction, and different life and connection. Now you understand how simple life is, and how it shall be and how it will become. We go for a break. We come back and answer any other questions, and don't ask me where your ancestors comes from the universe. You're still in the womb of the creation. You're still getting fed. It's nice to be in that womb. Rick, if you take us for a break and we come back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, so quite a bit of knowledge there shared with us. I don't know if any of us have that ability. We do have the ability, but we don't know how to play and create a life out of a stone, or feed the man perhaps, or did he talk about that iron nail on the floor rising up to be a man? Or could we take the energies of that nail and release it and feed the entire humanity, including ourselves? So many, many questions there. And as he said, slowly, slowly, step by step, we're bringing you into the knowledge. Let's go back to the beginning, and we'll hear what he was delivering initially here. And this time I will bring up the PDF that we're so thankful for, and we'll go back to the about 17 minutes. This is a beautiful tool of really opening more and more of this up, even though the couple hours we have here today, as Mr. Keshe said, people will be listening to these teachings for centuries or so to come. Any thoughts or comments from our participants? We're very fortunate to have such a guide, a universal messenger, and that we can connect with it. Many, many people have not yet connected to this knowledge, or even had that agree, Saeed. We are fortunate and humble at the same time. Humbleness is quite a key. Even as Mr. Keshe says, when he comes into any meeting, he puts himself lower than the rest of the people in the meeting, even though he's carrying more knowledge than we're aware of combined. Even though we have the same knowledge, we haven't been able to tap fully into it. So let's go back to the beginning of the workshop, and we'll hear from Mr. Keshe again. I thought the conclusion was very beautiful, to give you that opportunity to see what your next position is. Most people are always wondering and worrying throughout their life, am I good enough? Did I do it right? What did I make a mistake in? Am I going to be judged for it and the rest? Now we're allowed to see our next position, even though I don't know anyone who's mentioned that, seeing their next position, and be able to change it and correct it and hold the soul in the physicality until we create a perfect soul here. And then we're ready to transmute and go into the universe and create a perfect structure there, without any of the shortcomings and the rest of it that we experience here in the matter state of this planet. Okay, so we're going to start at 17 and go forward. Feel free to interrupt or add your comment or however you'd like to bring, or if you have another part of this workshop you have become connected with. Does this mean, Said says, will we be able to see what happens after death? Yes, this is what it sounds like. You can see your future position, he was saying, and come back and perhaps change your behavior, change what is lacking in the thinking, speaking, and doing good part of your existence. Again, there's still a lot of mysteries, and but slowly, step by step, they're opening this up. Never been done before. No knowledge has been dispersed and taught so beautifully. I know Mr. Keshe said probably across the universe. So we're being gifted this knowledge. As we said earlier, that the ones in the UFO have much more knowledge, but they haven't sort of cracked this egg of getting back to the mother and flying without the craft in the dimension of energy. So they're very knowledgeable. They've been at it for millions of years. They talk about the creator in Mitra, but they haven't been able to replicate this sort of instantaneous movement, which we call the transmutation. And this is what's being gifted to mankind and the rest of the created beings, that they'll all eventually have this knowledge to be able to transit between the dimension of energy and the dimension of physicality. And this is where the eternal life comes in, where you play off one against the other. Maybe you want 1,000 years in a certain house or certain physicality, and then you move it to the dimension of energy back and forth as you move throughout the universe, gaining more knowledge and understanding about your own emotions, your own creation. So let's start here and see if we can find a place. Feel free to open your mic and interrupt. There's no problem. We actually encourage it. Wouldn't you like to hear another voice other than mine?
Have we got intelligent enough? Have we understood about the process of creation that lead us to understand the rest of it? What leads to creation of manifestation in a dimension of physicality? Man has not understood this fully. In the upcoming time, in the teachings, I'll start explaining how the process of life comes. Man sees it, but man has never understood it. Man touches it, but man has not understood what it is touching. Man has been part of his own structure, but has not come to understand how this structure has been made.
So you see, there's a little bit more of understanding. We all thought we were ready to transmute, and of course we do it during the unconscious dream state, but now doing it conscious, there's still quite a bit left to understand. And that's why he keeps saying, slowly, step by step, we bring you into this knowledge. And again, it's for you to work with, because he's talking about your soul and your existence and your transmutation, not me telling you what to do and how to do it. So if you can take it, you can internalize it, you can open it up. You don't need these intermediaries or prophets. And he said it doesn't take a genius to understand this knowledge. No soul has a corner on knowledge.
And this is one of the reasons that the world of science of the man is in a dogma of today. How will it be, the way it will be, and how would it take shape in space? What do you need to manifest yourself? We talk about the presence of the soul and the soul of physicality, that their interaction with what we call the solar magnetic field of the earth leads to the creation or manifestation of the man. That is when the soul of physicality is out and creates the body of the man. Have you ever asked yourself what happens when the soul of the man is inside the soul of the physicality, we get the man. But what about when the soul of physicality is inside the soul of the man? What physical condition does it make? What is the man looks like inside that environment? Because if the soul of physicality could interact with the soul of the man in interaction with the soul of his environment, created the body of the man, what happens when the soul of physicality goes inside and the soul of man is interacting with this environment? What would we see? And what would be a structure within the structure of the soul which confirm the existence, the dimension of the soul of the physicality of the man? This dilemma, once you understand it, this question, once you become to realize it, will solve many, many unanswered questions in the world of science and technology of the physical life of the man. The true essence of, in a way, how DNA was created. How does it control? How does it function? How does it carry so much information? Or we call it DNA, it's so minute. But that minute structure, now we have given it a code, it's a universe itself, it's a galaxy itself. The reality, which now gradually in the structure of the teachings will come to, is how would shape things take time to shape, and how the shape of the things to come will decide on the way we manifest ourselves, the way we, in a way, interact with our environment. Then we have to understand what is the essence of physicality. How do we manifest in the dimension of physicality? In a way, if you listen to the teaching of the past, it takes one drop to create a fish. It takes only one drop to manifest anything. But what is that drop? What does it contain? What is the essence of it? And what fields does it carry? What happens if I drop that in the water on this planet, and I drop that same water in another ocean, in another planet, in another liquid in another planet? Would it manifest itself as a fish? Or will it be nothing, dissolved and gone? Or will it become a monster?
Yes, would you dissolve yourself by a lack of knowledge in the universe? You wouldn't be gone, but you'd be dispersed into everything as part of the totality because you made a mistake. Or will it become a monster, as he said? In essence, this is the part I thought I'd point out. Man needs to understand the interaction of field of cosmos. There's a few things he listed here. In a way, as a prerequisite, then you can transmute, then you understand how to transmute. So this little bit right here is pretty powerful.
In essence, man needs to understand the interaction of the field of cosmos, the interaction of fields of the cosmos, and then the interaction of the fields of the creation and creator and cosmic rays, and the structure of the physicality of the man. Then you can transmute. Then you understand how to transmute. Then you understand what transmutation is, how you carry the emotion within the fields.
So there's still a bit more to go, even though we have all this knowledge in us. This seems to be the dilemma. We're carrying it, but we haven't gotten full access to it. And perhaps the systems, the teachings, a combination of other things will open this up. The cosmic ray material and more will, in a way, add to our knowledge to understand more and more. But it does seem like it's a slow process. But yet, on the other hand, in a hurry to get everyone to catch up, that no one's left with just a pile of tomatoes, that we all catch up.
Then you understand when we speak about RNA to be the software, what it means. RNA, once man understands, carries the full information of the universe, the full information of universe. So man does not need, in a way, to look, to teach, to learn something somewhere else other than the earth or the universe and the galaxy, because once it's created, once it's gelled, once it's come to its condition of existence, it carries all that knowledge in it.
So what is he talking about? What, once it's created, once it's gelled together, is this the soul he's talking about? So each of the created things carries all the knowledge of the universe in its RNA. And again, it's a matter of opening it up.
The way he carries all the knowledge to produce every single cell on the toe, on the nail, where the nail is based, where the nail of the handle, where the hairs has to be, what color it has to be, and everything else. All the information which makes the structure of man sits in your RNA. And as the disk is read, creates emotion that creates a physicality through what we call DNA. So now we are looking, now we're trying to understand, now we're developing an understanding for the RNA of the universe, which is within the RNA of the man.
So the RNA, the creation of the entire universe, is within your RNA. And this is what the DNA reads to produce whatever it's reading on that energy of the RNA. The energy, the RNA is more of a computer type program, I would compare it to. And then the DNA is the actual building or creating of that information in the matter state, or perhaps in other states as well. It's quite a deep mystery that's being unraveled here, and that's what Mr. Keshe said. We're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energy.
The part which man has never touched, because man never understood. And now, once the scientists expand this part of the technology, of the creation, once the man of the science go further in developing, in finding out which race, from where it comes, that adds to which part of the body of the man, man become knowledgeable to part of his own creation. This is part of the teaching which we've been saying for decades, that what man...
Right, this is where he goes into, we know we need to take this vitamin or that vitamin and so on, but now we're going to discover which fields we need, or which fields interact with the liver or the rest of it, or which fields will feed the soul directly. So there's so many things yet to be fully understood, and of course you need to apply them as well. It's not just a drawing or words, but we have to apply them. And that's what I think these flight systems will allow us to do in so many ways. And that's why becoming a volunteer in the Keshe Foundation is keeping the foundation free and allowing the scientists to learn more about the system so that they can develop it further.
It's in a physical condition to feed this physicality on this planet is only 20%. The other 80% comes from the universe. How come you know you have to take vitamin C? How come you know you have to take vitamin D? How come you know you need calcium and potassium? And your body does not know which fields of the universe it needs to attract from the what we call cosmic rays to bring the other 80% in. We have not even understood the totality of what we take from our environment. What we take is not the food, the meat, the vegetables, and the fish. It's the fields of the universe. universe. And how has RNA has brought this and adapted it that we absorb it without knowing. In some ways, nowadays, as I said many times before, we see auras. Isn't that the interaction of the magnetic field of the earth and the cosmic rays with the body of the man when they deliver the food to the man? When you have a strawberry is red color, your hand goes red, your tongue goes red when you eat it. So now the fields you receive from the universe in a given strength in interaction with the fields from you creates this color and that color. And so now you can see what you've eaten from the universe, what you've taken from the cosmic rays. Then you understand how important, as I've said many times, one day I explain to you what your aura means and what it is. Your aura is the atmosphere of your body in respect to its environment, but it has two environments. One with the interaction with the fields of the planet, and one with the interaction of the fields of the cosmos.
So that's an interesting point. He's going to explain more about the aura, but it has two environments, the interaction with the fields of the planet and also the interaction of the fields of the cosmos. And he said, well, he's about to say, man has not even understood this yet. And I can only speak for myself, but I haven't understood this yet.
Man has not even understood this yet. That's where that 80% comes. This is where we tap in. Today, we are going through the winter time. We have winter fruit. Tomorrow, next month, we go to the springtime. We have the spring fruits and the summer fruits. And collectively, by the time we come back in totality of 1 year, we collect all the fuels we need for life and we store some of it, because in winter time, we cannot take what we take in summer, but it's stored in the liver. Liver knows how to handle it. But where is the liver of the what we call energy fields of the body of the man? That takes energy from the universe, because every part in the universe we collect certain amount of fields which doesn't exist that much in other places. Unfortunately, we have not become wise in the universe to build greenhouses that you can have everything all the time the way you want. Then you understand how, if the man of the universe become clever enough to go further, as now they tell you, your zodiac sign is there, you're going to feel this and feel that, because what fields come to you allows you to react to it the same way. And then how do we react in different position of our solar system in this galaxy, and our galaxy, what fields absorbs from its universe? These are all to come. These are the beginning of the teaching. And we are teaching to our scientists how to start analyzing this. That leads to the creation and understanding of the what we call the RNA of the universe. That part of it is us. We are not just one planet in a solar system. We are that little part of the cell which makes that little piece of the skin on the toe. And the rest of the galaxies and universes shape up the liver, the kidney, and the structure of the life, what we call the creator. We are part of that process. As I said many times before, the same as our body has a receiving and a disposal, so does have our universe, so does have our galaxy, so does us as the totality of the universe have the same process.
So again, seem to be a replication of the much bigger structure, and we're in it. We're part of a living structure, as I'm understanding this, and we're just a God in charge of our own universe. He goes on to say here about the Shah and the rest of it. We're a God in charge of our own universe, but yet that universe is within another God's universe. And it's all connected. So this is some of the mysteries of the creation that we're starting to slowly, step by step, understand more about. And it's for you to understand it for yourself. And then, of course, once you understand it, it'd be time to share it with the others. If you truly understand it and you don't, not that we can't explain and share what we think we understand now, but to me, we've missed an awful, awful lot of the whole process of what is being taught here. But our soul contains it all. And we just, again, need to be able to tap into more and more of this. We can maybe conclude here, or we can go a little further. He gave a beautiful example about getting abused the same way when you get into a taxi and you don't know how long it takes to go to the destination you're describing to the taxi cab driver. And if you don't know that, then your ticket fare goes up, because many of them will drive you around the city and then end up at your location and say, this is the charge, when it could have been half of the charge. But because you're not aware of it, you get abused for the lack of knowledge. And this applies across the boards. Let's just see if we can, maybe we'll go to that here. But again, just spending an hour or two in this workshop is certainly not enough to open it all up. Okay. All right. And he's saying this is actually increasing our belief in the understanding of the Creator and the rest of it. It's not diminishing our belief in it. It's actually giving us a very strong understanding of how this works. Maybe we'll go to 38 and just continue on there. Let me see if I can bring this workshop up to about 38. And then we'll play a little bit more before we go into the Dome of Peace. Okay, that's at 3 here. Okay, we'll start it right there. And we'll start here again for maybe another 5 or 8 minutes or so. Again, these are beautiful words, and just listening to them, again, he's a universal teacher, so he's providing something for everyone, and you're interacting with the soul who created this workshop, and that is Mr. Keshe, and those two souls interacting is creating an elevation of all of our positions, if you understand it, or if you're just trying to understand it. I think it works both ways.
Become atheists, but become those who understand the existence, the true essence of creation. That it brings us to understand more about the true existence than being atheists. And those who cannot understand this, they become the enemy of the scientists who try to explain where and how and the things have to be. So, do we become atheists or become men of space? Or do we still, the way we do, create churches in the hospitals, prayer rooms in the airports for the Muslims and the Christians and the Jews? Then it shows that we have not understood the process of creation. And that hypocrisy, that lack of understanding has brought us all these miseries. And those who understand the lies, the cheats on the name of every religion, use it to the best of their ability. Because, as you don't know, I can abuse you.
Okay, here's the quick little story about the taxi. It applies across the board.
As you don't know, you pay more. Because, as they say, it's very much like you're getting in the taxi in Bucharest. You get in the taxi, it takes you from airport to the hotel, it's $10. You get on a taxi, you do the same routes in another taxi, it's $20. Because you don't know, the guy doesn't need to go around the city to take you to the hotel. When you sit in a taxi, watch how many times the taxi driver pushes the window up and down, beep beeps, lights, because he's connected his meter through your ignorance to this. Every time the window goes up, you pay $1 more. But it's the same route. If you're clever, you know it's $10. Just stop playing with that window. I cannot be fooled. Then you see you pay the same fee. Then you understand the process. And this is how we've been fooled by those who themselves didn't understand, but they've been told how to fool a man going from A to B. An apple, which I eat half of it, and you eat the other half, creates the same length in your body and mine. In different strength of the apple you use, I use different strength of it. I'll be brown and yellow, and you'll be white and blue. But at the end of it, it's become part of our lymph, it's become part of us. So when we start talking about cosmic rays and cosmic fields, in the world of, if you don't understand it, too complicated, call it a lymph. And then in the lymph, you have radiations, you call it vitamin B, you call it B12, B9, and everything else. So that becomes cosmic rays. But what you gathered as lymph is your cosmic field.
So Rick likes to bring up this largest tissue in the body, which is this interstitial fluid, he was saying. And so if we don't understand the cosmic rays, we can refer to it as a lymph that delivers energy, delivers other things to different parts of the body, but this is the same as the cosmic rays. He said there is no different. So again, what we see in the larger interaction, we're seeing right within our own body of the man. And of course, there's cosmic rays interacting there as well. The key is to find out which ones we want to attract. I don't know if we're up to that point. And where is that storage of these energies? Is it the soul? Is it another feature that we aren't even aware yet that we possess? I'm not sure. Anyone else want to make any comments on this before we go to the Dome of Peace? Okay, that's fine. And of course, as we all know, Mr. Keshe brought up some very exciting news about the Tesla cars and the rest of it just in the very recent period. And we see that market is dropping for the Tesla stock and so on. So maybe he'll find a way to boost it up. But at the same time, he gave us quite some disconcerting news about what was happening in the Middle East and how so many weapons are being pointed at each other. And then Iran may bring out some of the new technology and may use a combination of technologies. We've prayed for peace, we wish for peace, but again, is this something that we have to go through? And maybe I should let Mr. Keshe explain it as he's seeing it and letting us know exactly what's on the card. And I know Jalal asked about this too, hoping Mr. Keshe was basically wrong about it. This is the second question, but we'll start at 39 and we'll go forward. Let me just see if maybe we should have the transcript there too at 139 as well. And we can, it seems a rather quite serious time. And again, maybe these systems have already been neutered in a way, that they'll just land with a big thud. And he said these wars are the beginning of the end of the religions. The Christians are involved, the Jews are involved, and the Muslims are involved as well. So let's just see if we can catch up to where he is here on this question of the Middle East and what looks to be on the horizon if it's not stopped. even though the advice to the Iranian government from the Keshe Foundation is not to take the bait, not to go forward in the retaliation. And I know that was voiced again when General Soleimani was taken out in Iraq. I believe the Keshe Foundation advised the Iranian government not to go this way, but they did anyway. So we'll have to, as Mr. Keshe concluded, we'll just have to wait and see.
From the rays to become the physicality, the embodiment of the flight system. Any other question?
Okay, we have another question from Antonio, who says, my other question, Mr. Keshe, is the bombing of the World Central Kitchen. When it was reported, I felt the energy of Christ. It touched me deeply. And the only other time I felt this is when Princess Diana died. What are your thoughts on this global connection of love?
You got to understand what China, we will see a massacre in the next few hours. We're expecting a bloodbath in the few hours to come. And my advice has been not to go the way it's been decided, but it's decided because it has a future of a lot of things. It will be the end of the religions in a way you will understand very soon. Tel Aviv will not exist as a city very soon. That's for sure. And how much damage will come to cities of Iran, we do not know. But for sure, Haifa, Tel Aviv, and other cities, if what is on the card we see, will lose a huge amount of lives in it. It's just that the clock has started ticking. And this was initiated by Vatican. And we will see how this war of religions, proxied by Vatican, delivered by Tel Aviv, and played by Iran will come up. If what is on the card, if somebody doesn't stop the process, we will see what we call, if you're worried about the 6 people in the kitchen, the whole bedrock of religions will shake. We will see some world leaders will not be world leaders if it goes the way it is within the next few days. If somebody doesn't stop it, which a lot of people are trying to stop it, but they can't stop it because what we call the last, what we call arrow was shot a few days ago to make sure it happens, and the foolish people are playing the game. We will see, we see a slaughterhouse of religions, but this time all 3 of them are in it. And what we call, how it will take shape, we'll watch by the next teaching. Would there be, in the state of Israel, leadership the way we see it, we know it today? Would there be another state? Would we lose hundreds of thousands of lives sponsored by religion? It'll make the 6 people died in the kitchen literally child's play. Our advice to the Iranian leadership is to withhold. We have given categoric request to the Iranian leadership, how many of Iranians about to withdraw. But the plan has gone exactly what they thought. if this takes shape, for sure, Tel Aviv will not exist. We know what is going to happen. The structure was foreseen by us in October, November of last year.
So again, this is not something Mr. Keshe just stumbled upon this week. They've been watching this since October, November of last year. Again, unbeknownst to many of us, although we have seen provocation after provocation to get a war started, even when we saw pictures of Mr. Netanyahu and Trump together, where he used the Keshe plasma technology as a weapon of destruction rather than a technology of peace. So we've seen this again and again being put forward to attack each other. But again, this is the end of the religions, or the beginning of the end of the religions. So perhaps people will have to sacrifice themselves for the end of religions to come about. And again, it doesn't matter if it's the Buddha, the rabbis, the Vatican, and the rest of them. They're all playing the same game with us, abusing us for a lack of knowledge of who we are in the universe. We continue.
We managed to convince the Iranian leadership to hold back, but destroying the Iranian consulate and embassy in Damascus in the past few days has brought a new dimension. And all these killings are deliberate, poke and poke till it's done, because Vatican is going to make billions out of it. The losses they made in Ukraine, they're hoping to make with Israel. And we have to see if next Thursday, I hope it will be the same as this Thursday, but from what we see in the what we call, if Iran binds the bait, there'll be no Tel Aviv by next Thursday. That's for sure. Or there'll be massacres in big cities across Iran and Israel. And this is what Vatican wanted, to bring these two to head on, that it can bring the Christianity out the way it is. But with this, it finishes Vatican II. This is why Vatican pulled out of Ukraine a few weeks ago, ordered the end of the war in Ukraine. Because they concentrated, they changed the bet into, they paid the Americans that the Senate this week, or late last week, delivered a massive multi-billion weapons into Israel. Then paid by Vatican. That's where the money came from. It didn't come from American accounts. So, you're worried about the 6th, how you feel? I'm sitting here watching, would we see what the Israelis plan with the Americans to get involved, to bring the Russians and the Chinese into it, will take shape the way it is, or with the advanced technologies we see in the hand of Iran, a lot of things will be done not the way man ever knew. And this is what I said, we see the end of the position with Tel Aviv leadership and how they will carry it out. And where I sit, I've been trying to, we've managed to keep Iranian up this line for nearly 5 or 6 months.
So he's been desperately advising the Iranians not to take the bait, not only that last week, or the week before, but for the last 5 or 6 months. So this is not a new position.
But the attack on Iranian Council has brought a new dimension of what we hope will not take shape. But if it does, the leadership map will be very different in a very short time. They're preparing for it. But would it go As I said to one of the military guys very recently, the American says we knew nothing about Damascus, but we approved multi-billion weapons sale to Israel. Doesn't work. And I think a lot of firework will come up, and let's see how these three religions use the stupidity of each other to do. Because we're sure for sure Russians will divert a lot of weapons directly into Middle East, as we see in their portions are coming to Indian Ocean, and they're there to rub shoulders. They're not there for the show. And we'll see some of the most advanced technologies in the hand of Iran will come into play. Americans will be puzzled in how these new technologies will change their superiority. But we have to wait and see. And I felt what you say about these 6 people, but don't worry, they killed more in the past before. 8 weeks ago, they bulleted hundreds. Last week again, more people in the queue to get fed were killed. It's a pattern. We poke and poke and poke till we get Iran to play, and Iran is going to play. But Haifa and Tel Aviv will have a different leaderships in a very, very short time. If Iran bites the bait, and it looks like they might have already bitten the what they call the bait. We have to see how the fish will shake and shiver, will come off the hook, or will take the hook with it. And yet,
Okay, any comments from anyone they'd like to? We'll go to the second question. I think we can spare the 10 minutes here. I think it's around 2:05. Let's just move up to there. And this is the question Jalal asked, hoping Mr. Keshe was wrong. In a way, we all do. But again, we're not seeing things from the same steps on the ladder. He has a much higher step on the ladder, which he has a bigger overview of these events. As he said, he's been following this for the last 5 or 6 months and desperately trying to convince the Iranian leadership not to take the bait at this point. So I guess if it was something that was meant to happen, he wouldn't be advising them not to take the bait. So in the Dome of Peace, we're going to remember the words that Mr. Keshe said and try to elevate the soul of these leaders and so on. But let's go to the, oops, I have to move this one over, sorry. While I was talking, we'll just move this up to 2:05, and then we'll play the final part of this, if we can.
watch it when it happens, then you tell me. We will see it very soon.
Okay, we've got a hand up here with a familiar knowledge seeker. Jalal, please go ahead.
Yes,
How many
thank you, Rick.
questions ask him before you let him in?
Okay, I was shut up. Hello,
Thanks,
Mr.
Ella.
Keshe.
Now you're in, we can't ask, it's too late. Rick should have asked before.
Okay, I think you can allow it. Just 1 second, please. There is a machine in the background. Mr. Keshe, if this event happened, what if the event happened, what you speak about just now, and that's the question. What
event?
between Iran and Israel?
It is now on the card. We just gotta wait. We We just gotta wait and see how they decide to take shape. But we see a lot of things, which is, you have to understand, when these people poked in Damascus, they just didn't do it. They had everything set up to bring the trap in. You understand? The hitting of Iranian consulate embassy, killing one of the Iranian, again another one of the Iranian Sepah leaders, that wasn't just done to do. It was done fully premeditated. All the American nuclear warheads are faced towards Iran. America is saying, we didn't know, is all fallacy. We'll see. And the Iranian new technologies will show where these weapons will land. It's not that we didn't know and they did. They just, happened to bomb the. You could say to a school child such a thing, but you can't tell to the people like us who sit in different dimensions and understanding of the process. And they prepare themselves what will happen. But the thing is, they've never seen this new technology, how it's going to hit. If Iran moves to use the new technology, which is unknown to the West, you don't stand the chance. If Iran decides to use a combination of the two, again, you don't stand the chance. And if Iran decides to still do it the traditional way, then it's a bigger mayhem for the Iranians. But all American Israeli nuclear warheads are targeted towards Iran cities. That was the order of Vatican. Vatican only pays if this is done. It's a one-way ticket.
Yeah, this is the question. This is one-way ticket. And everything will change after it.
It's already been bought, and yeah, you got to understand there's a position. Israelis don't have a long-range missile to reach Iran or planes to go back. So they need refueling tanks, which the Americans have given them. They move their weapons to Erbil, that it becomes closer. They're using Erbil as a base of launch. We know this. We have all the data backed up. They moved a huge number of their military into Azerbaijan as a nation, not Azerbaijan of the Turkey. And it's well expected. We already seen a few hits, but we are well. You got to see they're trying to come in from different directions to make sure Iran is wiped out. This is the cornerstone of a Vatican. Vatican wants to see the end of this because they have a different agreement with what do you call it, Mecca or the Saudi family. The fake opening of the embassy, Iranian embassy in Saudi, was just a fake opening because they already shook hands with Vatican for different directions. But we'll see. We'll see which combination will take place in the next few hours, more or less, we think, or next few days, unless Iran listens to what we advised and go the way we advised with no pledge, which we don't think so it will happen in Damascus now.
Can the Universal Council do something?
Because that's their job. They have to see reasonable leaders, but you have to understand how many of them can you make silent. There is a purpose to this war. It's the end of religions. We saw the physical border territorial wars are over. Now this is those who abuse the soul that bring themselves to an end to dispatch.
As we say, Judgment Day, huh?
It's not a judgment day, it's a foolish day. we used to have a television program in England called Fools and Horses. You need a fool to saddle a horse, which is not to be ridden. Let's see. It's not going to be easy. Next few hours, few days, will be mayhem of weapon technology and advanced technologies, all mastered on that. When the Americans brought the Ford, what do you call it, aircraft carrier into Mediterranean waters, a lot became clear what is about to happen. Two warship naval carriers, aircraft carriers, coming into the scene. It was to cover a lot of things with their older auxiliary. It was obvious what's going to. He wasn't there to save the Palestinians falling into the water. He's there to save the Jews when they have to escape out of Palestine. You will watch what is about to happen. The way they bought the land in pieces since 1844, they'll give their lives to escape from the land in 2024. Just watch this, please. They do it to themselves. We don't do it to anything. We just see what is about to happen. Those aircraft carriers are not there to pick up Palestinians, are there to pick up the Jews when they escape. Just watch.
I
Because they
understand what you're
wanted to
saying.
do it, but we all understand, but we have to watch. We're observers. We're just observers.
I hope this time you are wrong,
And
Mr. Keshe.
I hope
And that
I'm
will
wrong,
not take
but
place.
I hope I'm wrong. What is coming through intelligence is totally different. I told you the war after last wars comes with the religions, and Pope could not keep his finger out of this one. So the war, the Ukrainians go for peace, and the Germans got involved with the Ukrainians, and they diverted their attention and the finance towards the, what do you call, the war to poke in, to bring Iran between the Jews and the Muslims. They go, the Christians will stay safe. But this time all three of them will go together. The scenario is written in a very, very, what do you call it? In a way, the Israelis, what they did with the Palestine, it didn't lure the Iranian into it, it lured the Vatican, that it brings an end to all three of them. We'll have to wait and see, but we will see what we need to see, what will be there. And this time it's not the electronic war, this is not the one war, this has what was said to be there. And we'll see. I hope I'm wrong, but intelligence is completely different unless somebody in the middle jumps in and sorts something out. We'll see. We'll see.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Any other? Shall we?
Okay, anyone want to make any comments? He seems to put it a couple of different ways. In a way, this has to be done, but at the same time, they're wishing that this doesn't happen in a way and advising that it doesn't happen. But apparently what's on the card or what the intelligence services are reporting seems to be, and the stage is being set for something to, again, the religions are doing it to themselves. He said, we just have to observe. So could this be the beginning of the end of the abuse of so many millions and billions that a few million people have to sacrifice themselves in this sort of event for that to manifest itself. Anyone? Okay, let's go to creation of the Dome of Peace. We've heard some very sobering words from Mr. Keshe. How do we want to handle this? Again, this is the first step of the Dome of Peace, is releasing of the Gans waters to elevate the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants into a permanent, peaceful condition.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Ah! Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and this is where we release the Gans waters. If you've never heard of Gans waters or wondering what plasma water is, you can go onto the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn more about it and participate in this. But in the second step of creating this Dome of Peace, you don't need the plasma water. You don't need the Gans waters to release. You're just using your own reactors, in a way, your own field generators to bring about the change collectively. You can also, if you think you may enjoy this process more and more, you can join the intention every Wednesday at 6 p.m. of the Brazilian language community, where they meet on Telegram or in Zoom or on YouTube, and they bring the change this way. This was originally concentrated on the 5+1 agreements or negotiations that were going out to sort of work this whole process out. And they've done a beautiful job in London. They've done a beautiful job in Sanya, and they're continuing to do a beautiful job and bring the change. So you can join them. This is an actual meeting that can go on, or you can join them on the daily intention, which goes on at 2 a.m. since the clocks have changed, Central European summertime. And there are the different channels, the Keshe Foundation Space, the Keshe, Keshe Brazil, and you can join them on Keshe_Brazil on Telegram or KesheBrazil.com. on Facebook as well as YouTube. So this is another way for you to participate and bring the change. It's normally a shorter program, maybe 30 or 40 minutes, but you're allowed to use your soul, practice using it. This is what Mr. Keshe said, I'll handle the physicality, and it's up to you to start practicing with your soul. And they've been doing that very faithfully, daily and weekly with these intentions. So you can join them. Whoops. So on the second step, again, this can also be done on the invitation of the Universal Council, where every day, 21 p.m. CET, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day, 21 p.m. CET or CEST, for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So this is another thing. You can be driving, cooking, working, and take a nanosecond or a minute of your time and add to this intention, this wish, this prayer in so many ways. We're learning how to pray through our soul and to bring this elevation of the others. We're not so much praying for the man, we're praying for the soul or elevating that soul into a higher order of work, breaking them out in a way of from a cycle that they aren't even aware probably they're in, or aren't even aware they can get out of it. Maybe they have wished to get out of this cycle of killing and war and corruption and all the rest of it, but we can add through our energies to elevate them to a position that we see their physicality change. So we invite you to join us. Oops, keeps going out for two. Now this is the second step, again, using our energies, which is what the Universal Council is also learning to do. And all of us are really learning to do in a way. This is the second part of the Dome of Peace.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anybody? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the two eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta. And as Mr. Keshe has indicated, this is not a day job. This is not something you put the lamb in the oven and an hour or two later it comes out all cooked or however you want it prepared. So this is something we keep doing. It needs a lot of energy, a lot of pulsing to bring about this change. So let's take 5 minutes based on what we've heard from Mr. Keshe, based on our intention for world peace, based on the protection of the physicality of many. But again, this may be already written into the scenario. So how I would advise you, I'm not going to advise you. I think we should just continue to work for peace and watch the events. We're giving the fields of peace. We're asking for peace. We're asking that this process does not go through with the destruction of cities and thousands or millions of lives and all the misery that comes with it. But at the same time, maybe this process, humanity needs to go through this process and decide that there's a new way to move. Bernaz, please help me.
Hello. How are you? How are you, everybody?
Well, very well.
Well, maybe I shouldn't ask this question, but I ask anyway. How could we wish for the protection of physicality in the universe? We have never seen a physicality other than planet Earth. So physicality is just personal to the environment of each planet. And maybe some people don't have physicality, but they live and they reproduce. So just question, what do you mean by protection of physicality?
Maybe that we don't land in that acidic ocean and to dissolve ourselves, that we don't exist anymore in that particular dimension, or being able to manifest ourselves anymore. We became part of the totality because we made a mistake.
You mean, do you want to mean that as long as we have the energy soul, the energy center, we can create physicality everywhere?
I think we can. Yes, we can. But there are fields in the universe, as I understand it, that can even dissolve the soul. There's very little that can touch the soul, but at one point, I think in some of the archives, I've heard Mr. Keshe said, but there are even energies that can overtake the soul. So there are some very, very powerful energies. And if you're not careful, you may step into that quicksand.
Yeah, of course, we are careful. Very careful. But
Yeah, how careful we can be at this point of our knowledge. Go ahead, please.
Physicality, when you transmute, sometimes you don't take physicality with you, but you can take a physicality when you want. You create a physicality.
Yes, yes.
But the important is the energy source and the know-how how to do it. Anyway, you should love adventure.
Well, it's
have
like
different colors,
climbing a mountain. You better have what you need and understand the certain conditions. You may, you know, if you just go with one little blanket and a pair of sneakers, you may find out that climbing that mountain in sub-zero temperatures was not exactly what you expected. So this is where Mr. Keshe is saying we need to understand much, much more to be able to, in a way, protect ourselves, but again, to manifest ourselves in the right conditions, in the right places. And maybe the soul has that already mapped out, but it does seem he's alluding to the ability of us to change that position by creating a more perfect soul and then go and transmute somewhere else as a perfect being. Anyone else before we take our 5 minutes of silence and elevate the religious leaders, the world leaders, and the rest of the inhabitants of this planet and the Unicos, as well as the soul? Yes, Alex.
May I add to your answer with respect to Myrna's question?
Please.
There? And welcome, Myrna's. The pH table and what it stands for is really, really important. So pH stands for potentiation of hydrogen. So when you have the potentiation, it's the opposite of the actual realization or kinetic energy. So that means when water, which is the solvent of life on this planet, is extremely alkaline, the pH is high. So what that means is that the potential energy in the release of that hydrogen is extremely high. It also means that the potential release of oxygen is extremely high. So in order to maintain that high pH, the gravitational aspect of oxygen must be extremely strong. And so when you brought up the subject of maintaining the physicality within the acidic field, so we find that, for instance, let's take hydrochloric acid, which has a pH of 2.4, very, very low, and we find that when it comes in contact with something else, there's a lot of bubbling that's going on. Well, that's the release of hydrogen. So the pH is very low. That means that there's little potential in holding that hydrogen to within that condition. At the same time, when that hydrogen is being released, of course, so is the oxygen. So we have seen, in that case, a dramatic reduction in the gravitational aspect and a severe movement towards the magnetical aspect. So if we understand this concept, then we understand how something can be created or something can be diluted, if you will. So we call it creation and destruction. And but in the universal is the giving of energy and the taking of energy. And so we can do that in a physical state, and we can do that in a plasmatic state. And these are the skills that we have to learn. I just wanted to throw that concept in so that you understand the giving and taking of energy much better. So thanks for your question, Vanessa.
And it sounds like you've been there and done that, perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe we all have. I think she said, thank you, Alex. But yes, many pitfalls, I think, are out there. And this is what he's trying to train us to understand some of these things. We think we're ready because we say we're ready, but there's so many knowledges and understandings that we haven't even been advised on. I think, as he said, with the creation of even the butterflies, there's knowledges embedded in there that we have no clue about. We haven't even been introduced. This is one of the reasons that things cannot be replicated the way the Keshe Foundation makes them. We can make a facsimile in a way of it, but it doesn't seem to perform in the same manner because we don't have all the knowledges and the connections we need at this point. But we'll certainly be able to use them. So anyone else want to make a comment before we take 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of all the souls as you see it?
Sorry, Mark.
Go right ahead.
Okay, Claudia has put a reference here in the chat.
I see.
And it has to do with the alkaline pH and of the blood. So the first thing I want to talk about is that the difference between the alkalinity of water and the alkalinity of blood is very subtle. So water can go, say, from a pH of 7 up to 14. That is beyond the drinking water range. And it also, the drinking water range, maybe, let's say, it could go up to about 8.5, but the range for blood is 7.46. And we have very few cases where it goes above that, but 99.9% of the population is actually in an alkaline state. Now, the reference for the alkaline, I'm sorry, an acidic state, excuse me. So the reference for the acidic state with respect to blood is below that 7.46 threshold. It still has to be above the 7 pH threshold. So in other words, let's say 7.35, maybe poor health, 7.3 would be extreme poor health, and maybe 7.2 will be death. So it would still be alkaline, but it is acidic with relationship to the healthy blood serum pH of the blood. And so this becomes very important if we understand amino acids and how they're produced, because when we call them essential fatty acids, this is where we really went off track with respect to the biology, because we considered the fat to be acidic. But in terms of essential fatty acids, they actually are slightly alkaline. So the proper terminology would be essential fatty, slightly alkaline acids. Anyway, but the rest of the question had to do with the efficiency of our cosmic rays in our lymphatic plasmas, definitely. And so this becomes extremely important. And the reason for that is because in terms of our physicality, we need the gravitational aspect of the oxygen, as I just described in the previous answer to Mernez. And when you are in an acidic condition, you are in a anaerobic state, which means lack of oxygen. So to have a healthy state, you have to be in an aerobic situation. So that aerobic situation and that alkaline pH of the healthy blood serum is a measure of the physical state, not to be confused with the plasmatic state with which what we're talking about. However, when we have a healthy body, that comes from a healthy mind. And so now you have the question, now you have the connection. Thanks.
Okay, good. And I see Saeed has put in a number of different questions in the chat. I hope you'll stay with us. Maybe Alex will address those, or you could listen to the recording. If you have any more questions, feel free to put them in the chat. We thank you for joining us today, all the way from Pakistan. And so now, if there's no other thoughts, let's take this 5 minutes and create this dome of peace. And again, it's not a day job. So let's work together collectively as a beautiful bouquet and radiate what's needed to be radiated in this very, it seems like a very critical time and position and turning point. The punctum silence, is that what they call it? Some sort of turning point in our existence as a human species here. So again, we'll leave it up to you as an individual to give what you can give to the situation. Again, Mr. Keshe has advised, been watching it, not to take the bait. He hopes he's wrong, but at the same time, he says he sees it almost embedded in stone. We know it's not. Anything can be changed. And perhaps this is up to us to bring the peace. As he said, we could do it, but then it just appears as magic. If we do it ourselves, then we'll keep it. So let's see if we can do it ourselves and if we can continue to keep this peace. And again, we leave it up to you which fields or which energies or just giving in a general sense that the souls take what they need to elevate their position. And we'll start now for 5 minutes. And again, thank you all for your continuation in this process. And as he said, when we're learning to pray through our soul, we're creating a universal condition. So this is part of it. And perhaps if you land on another planet and the condition is they're just making weapons, they're just discovering fire, you may bring this process there as well on how collectively they can elevate the soul of their planet, whoever created it, in the wrong streak and bring about this change. I think we'll be replicating the work that Mr. Keshe has done. And now let's go to the part of the program you've all been waiting for, which is the teaching by Alex, and see what he's brought for us today. We thank you, Alex, for your continued participation in this process, and we know it's your wish to see world peace. And then our next step is to go out into the universe. So we thank you again for being here and helping us to understand more about this very large body of knowledge, which is contained within us, but how we tap into it and start using it. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Mark. So what we'll try and do here is let's go through the
the disclaimer. Yes, I was going to ask Claudia. I didn't have a chance, but I thought we'd bring up the Q&A with the Universal Council, which happened yesterday. If you'd like to, maybe after Alex finishes or whenever during the Q&A, you'd like to share a little snippet of that just to familiarize us more with the program that you're hosting. I saw that Jacko was there yesterday, so that was quite delightful. And Marie brought a teaching as well as a question and answer from the Universal Council. So Claudia, if you'd like to share anything with that, maybe after Alex's presentation, feel free if you'd like to. All
well,
right,
we got a full slate. Here we go. Please stand by.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, and welcome everyone, not only from Canada, US, and Mexico, but from all the other continents around the planet. And I want to thank you all for being here with us today, because that's what makes this meeting so very, very powerful. So let's begin with the sessions here, and understand that, we have just been following up the Sanya conference, which was a watershed event in China. And we are now creating new events and we're not the only ones. So we have to stand by. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We are discussing advanced transmission, and the subject is brain mapping. I'm Alexander from Canada, and it is April the 7th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So it's hard to believe that we have gone through the entire transmission session. This is the last session of the advanced transmission group. And as you can see, this is an ongoing series that we've tried to do to condense over 6,000 hours of teaching, whether it's public or private, and 10 years of knowledge seekers workshops. So not only to help the mature students here so that we can all teach in our own way and be more effective in that regard, but also to welcome the new students who are coming in and who are looking at a mountain of information and trying to catch up. So what we have to do is encourage you to understand that there is an advanced transmission and you're born with that. So it's very normal to have this donkey hesitancy. We keep talking about that because that is the lowest energy state. And we find that in this lowest energy state, and we usually do the walking, but we've discovered that rolling is faster than walking. And we find that life is very hard until you get up on that horse. And the reason you want to do that is because the horse walking is faster than the man walking. And is there a point of confirmation as we're looking to go point by point, step by step, or maybe a little bit faster, step by cycle? And are we half-witted or are we half-hearted? So let's exercise caution because things should get sticky or slippery. And when we look at the books of Marin Tabakali Keshe, the book number 1 is the Universal Order of Creation of Matter, and how these matters have come together. And then we look at book number 2, the Structure of the Light, how these matters come from one location and go to another location. And then we look at book number 3, the Origin of the Universe, and say, well, shouldn't that be book number 1? But then what we realize is that with the coming together of the matter, that the matter has to grow. And then from there, the concept continues. And so that's what we're looking at for the various concepts. So every third Friday of the month, we have been going through what we call the transmutation preparation sessions. And we are coming up to the 4th session in the series of 6 sessions on April the 19th. And it is a training session. And like going to school, we don't have to go through every class. Some of us can skip classes. And then, of course, some of us can fail. But no one ever fails in the school of life. It just depends on, what you want to take into account and what you want to achieve. And what we've been wanting to achieve, of course, is world peace. And so we've been trying for 320 weeks in a row in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for Justice every Tuesday to achieve that, where we have the voice of the Universal Council members projecting out to the rest of the humanity race. And we're all part of that humanity race. And we are racing, I don't know where we're racing, but we're searching for outer space. And in order to find outer space, we need to, we've tried mapping the brain to find out how to get on that plasma highway to that little pie in the sky and beyond. Well, the truth is we've achieved that little pie in the sky. This is our little place here. When we compare it to the rest of the universe, it's breathtaking. We can't believe how big it is. And so to travel that, we have to get on the plasma highway, but we're so far away from that at this point in time. We're still on the transmission highway and trying to understand frequencies and wavelengths and how we're connected and how we're communicating. Because when we're looking at the universe embodiment range, we have to try and figure out Well, if the speed of light is the fastest transmission, we now question if that is true. And if everything that we see is coming to us at the speed of light, that means everything, which includes everything, is faster than you. And so it's bigger than you. So that means if it's faster than you and bigger than you, then if you want to see everything, then you too have to get bigger. And we're wondering if that is true. So many of us ask the question, where am I? And the answer, of course, is, well, you are here, or are you here? Well, show me the map, as they say, right? Let me find out where I am exactly. Well, where you are exactly, you're in the universe, so this is really narrowing it down. But then the question is, how is the universe created? And we've said that it exists from energy. Since energy is always positive, then energy that has a charge must reflect its motion. And since energy is always in motion, it's always positive and negative. And so when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the creation of the matters, the coming together of the matter, antimatter, and the dark matter. And we say, well, okay, well, these things all came together, but where did they all come from? And then now that they're here, will they stay or will they go? And if they don't go, how do they remain? And these are all the questions that we have of how the universe exists from energy and how things are all working in combination. And so that becomes the key in understanding the cups of life, remembering, of course, that they were not the cups of pandemic. They were the cups of life, and you created them, and each one of you was able to produce as much GANs as was required based on your inner space and your emotional strength. So when we're looking at this, we see that each of us is able to take elements and put it together and come up with some kind of GANs material, and it was unique. But in that, when we looked at the GANs radiance manifestation, none of it was really there from what we started with. So we started with a CO2, with physicality, we ended with carbon dioxide GANs and calcium carbonate GANs and zinc and copper GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs. So can we just take a 10 seconds, please? Be right back.
Perhaps Alex needed a few minutes, or he said 10 seconds, but we'll patiently wait. I won't pause the recording. Glad to see you, Nikolai. I haven't heard your lovely voice in a while.
Thanks, Mark. Hope that was an invitation to open the mic.
Yeah, sure. Anytime we need to fill in a little bit of dead air, as they say. I just went to the kitchen to rewarm my coffee and make something to eat for today.
Well, that's always what Alex had to do. Warm coffee up in the Canadian North. So
Maybe
Maybe
I
that's what
think,
you're doing for him.
Yeah, today it's worm tea.
there we
Uh,
go. He's back.
Not so bad. Not so bad. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Nikolai.
Thanks, Nikolai, and thanks everybody. Sorry for the interruption, but so I'll try and carry on here because what we're trying to do is understand the cups of life and how we're manifesting this GANS and from where it comes from. And so we've gone through these series of classes to discussing the terminology. And 4 years ago, we had to identify the basic X, Y, and Z axis, which involved transmission, transition, and transmutation. And so to differentiate, we talked about rotation, polarity, and field strength. And in this series, we were looking at the 3 dimensions. All 3 of these dimensions involve transmission, which means that the transmission is the medium, and the question then becomes is what is the message? And I think we're all starting to understand that this is really what the teaching is all about. So fundamentally, when we're talking about 2 forces coming together, this is the building of the dimensions. And so these 2 forces actually bring together the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension. And then you become a force field. But the thing is, when these are coming together, if there is not some kind of deflection, then there becomes a conflict point. And understanding the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and which is kind of foreign to the majority of people on this planet at this point in time as a concept, but we have to understand that not only do we have to deflect this point of conflict, but where we do deflect this, it also becomes a point of containment. And so this is why the fields can come together. So this becomes a very self-serving energy binding pattern. And this is absolutely vital. But what's happened is that we have adopted a new, shall we say, habit of binding this energy at the expense of others. So if we were to understand that we are needing this energy for our own purposes, self-serving purposes of energy binding, then the person that we're robbing from is also needing that same energy. And they're doing whatever they can to get this energy, and then they find that someone is stealing from them. And so, well, wait a second, how do I compensate for that? Because if I fail to compensate, then it'll be part of the decay process. And so that is the opposite of the growth process. The coming together of the energy is part of the growth. And so we're looking at diminishing that. And so we find that sometimes we refer to these people as being brain dead, because yeah, it's service to self, and that's kind of important, but prospering at the expense of others diminishes the whole thing. In fact, it makes the schemes way too small. And so to compensate for that, many of us, when we're looking for our map, we're saying, well, I am here now, so we are going to, well, not we, I am going to make sure that everything is done proper now. And so in that process, we tell the universe to shut up. And so as we become smaller and think smaller, then we wonder about the placements of pinheads and pea brains. And then we understand, well, the entire universe can fit on a pinhead. And so if we understand that concept, then that throws a whole different light on the brain ratio. So when we talk about brain size to body size ratio, physically, man is actually very large. We have a large brain compared to the size of our body. And in that ratio, an elephant, for instance, has a very small brain size in relationship to the body size. So how does that compare to the soul? And so you see that really the brain is gigantic and the soul is teeny, teeny, tiny. So it would be normal to assume that the brain is feeding the soul. If the higher energy is feeding the weaker energy, then the brain is feeding the soul. But that's not how we think about it. We're thinking that the brain is feeding the soul, but not because it's a higher energy. It's because might is right. And so there's a dominance. And so this is kind of a little, we have the correct answer, but we have the wrong reason. And so this is the whole purpose, to try and understand how we capture these fields. So we find that the higher energy comes to us and through x-axis transmission, y-axis transmission, and z-axis transmission. And so we find that the transmission, and in our physical reference, is parallel to the ground, and the other one is perpendicular to the ground. And then, of course, there's a z-axis transmission where, well, we don't know which ground. It just, it maintains a field, and then that field is changing its position. But what is that difference in the position? So we see that it all depends on the principal and interaction. So the principal interaction is the effect of energy and motion, but we find that that's a two-way street. So the first thing is to find that we have a self-serving requirement to maintain that field. Then we have to share that field with others so that there's a constant flow of energy. So we artificially place limitations on that model. But fundamentally, we're talking about a two-way transmission. So at least two dimensions, a two-way street on each dimension, and maybe two directions on each street. And we can see that we can travel in different sizes. We have many variables of who can travel in those sizes. And even still, on each two-way street, we could increase the number of lanes. And so all of this is an enhancement of the x-axis dimension and the interaction with the y-axis dimension. And so what we're really reflecting is energy in motion. And as we say, then it has a charge. So we say it's negative or positive, and we understand that the negative gives and the positive takes. The giving is a flowing, and the taking is a binding. And, well, which is which? And how do we define that? Well, the thing is that the energy is a definite portion of matter, and it occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment in time. And if that is definite, then there's no such thing as one and the same energy, which constitutes a charge at two adjacent increments of time. So in other words, in practical terms, if a mother were to have twins, and the reason those are twins is because of the nearness and proximity to the birth, doesn't necessarily mean that they are identical. The implication is that they're identical, but they can't possibly be, because they can't be one and the same energy. So there's a difference, and that difference is the connection, but the connection is the same. It's the flow to that connection which is different. So the flow of one connection is different from the flow of the other connection, even though the connection is common to the two. This is an extremely important concept and is a basis for understanding advanced science. So as we look at how this energy then comes together and maintains its MAGRAV position, then it still has to facilitate transmission. So it's fine to be perpendicular to the ground, but how does it move? So we find that when we go through a spinning motion, we now change the whole dynamic. It becomes spherical, and there's motion. And with that motion, we can change that position. But that motion can be in many different forms. So if we take a fan, we could just blow some wind. If we take a soccer ball, we can kick it. And then if we take a light bulb, well, we can shine on something. And then, of course, there's a plasma field, which is what we're learning about. And so all of these come together, and we've been able to resolve a lot of these anomalies in terms of our understanding how transmission works, because there's always an input rotation that is perpendicular to the motion, and that output motion is aligned with that rotation. And so through each movement, there is a change in position, and it goes along the x-axis dimension on the ground. And it doesn't answer very many questions other than the fact that in this picture, you have one car and it moves to the other side. It's the same car. And if you're the driver of the car, you're the same driver. So what has changed? The position has changed. Well, how is that possible if energy is not exchanged? And so, well, yes, the energy that's exchanged in this, let's say it's an internal combustion vehicle, we consume some gas. Okay. But that's not the only energy. We, as an existing human species, exchange energy. And so we have an existence. And the car is part of the elements of this earth. And it has an existence. So in order to move simultaneously, it has to maintain its existence. So this becomes the key point. So if we look at the dynamic that happens when we bring together a star formation, we see that we have a small m matter state and a capital M matter state. The small m matter state is physical. And in those regards, we see the cups of life as being physical, and they created this GANS, which is plasmatic, but it's also physical because we can see it. And then there's energy in that GANS, and that's the plasma state. But when they all work together, that becomes a dynamic plasma state. So it's the combination of all of these. And so what we find that in the core of the star formation, which in this case, the points of the star formation were physical, the core was plasmatic. And so the difference is that the core is gravitational, and these points of the star formation are magnetical. Well, that's in one dimension. But if we look at the star formation base, we find that we have 3 cups of life in the base and 1 at the top. Excuse me. So the 3 at the bottom are in the gravitational state, and the 1 at the top is in the magnetical state. So that's just a one dimension. And then we find that all 4 points have a plasma state, and the core has a plasma state as well. So what is the relationship there? Excuse me. So we find that the plasma states are gravitational, and the dynamic plasma state in the core becomes magnetical. Now, just a moment. There's a contradiction. How can the core be gravitational and in relationship to the star formation be magnetical? So the answer is that we have a physical state and a relationship between the gravitational magnetical relationship, and we have a plasmatic state with a gravitational magnetical relationship. And since it's a two-way street, we have to understand that that energy goes both ways. So you have to determine your point of view. So in the cups of life, we have the physical state, and we manifested the plasmatic state, which we call the GAN state, and then the energy associated with it. But when we have the cup of the universe, we have something different that's going on. Where is the star formation? Which way is the energy flowing? There's an independent variable. Where did that come from? and what is at the core. And when you put all of these components in here, which are coils and strips, and there's copper and there's zinc and other things, and there's nothing at the core. So now we've introduced other things, and nothing is actually in its place. What is that place where everything is? Is it a map? Well, that's an interesting question, isn't it? So let's look at what's going on in the universe. So we find that our position on Earth, which we like to map out our Earth, is a gravitational conformation. So what we see is the plasmatic forces coming from the sun. And since they're coming from the sun and its gravitational form, those forces are magnetical. And when we're looking at the gravitational forces of the Earth, that feedback is magnetical. And so when these two magnetical forces come together, there's a point of conflict. And so through that deflection, they create a plasmatic field. Now that plasmatic field becomes gravitational. So from that plasmatic field, now there is a possibility to come to a lower energy state. And it will do that through the manifestation of hydrogen. And so if we look at the hydrogen spectrum, and we can see the color. Until it became hydrogen, we couldn't see the color. So in other words, from the Earth's point of view, the manifestation of the hydrogen happens because of the gravitational nature. So to have a gravitational nature means that it has to absorb more energy. If it has a higher field strength, it has to absorb more energy. Once it has more energy, then it can give. How does it decide to give? Well, this is the whole point. So when we're looking at an energy parceling unit, which is an energy pack, and we find that it has a negative and positive charge, and if we relate that to water, and let's say it's in its physicality on this planet, so we say that water is H2O as the basic formula. We say that it's actually H4O2, but when we're looking at basic formulas, we're looking for the lowest common denominator. We're not looking for accuracy. But the hydrogen is actually magnetical in relationship to the oxygen, isn't it? So we talked about the pH, and the lower the pH, the less hydrogen is being bound. It becomes acidic. The higher the pH, the more hydrogen is being bound. In the process of that binding, oxygen is also bound. So whether it's a pH table, it could also be a pO table. The point being is that the potentiation of hydrogen has to do with its release. And that's what we're talking about. So if we were to shear one of these hydrogens off, that would become an energy pack, and it's going somewhere. We're not caring about that. What we're caring is about what is left behind, and what is behind is a hydroxyl. Now that hydroxyl has a high negative charge, and the reason for it is because it's lost some energies. When you lose some energy, you become negative also. And so it is now a receptor. And water is the universal solvent on this planet and is very agreeable to do that. And the reason for that is because it's missing a hydrogen. So hello, can someone give me a hydrogen? And when they do, well, guess what happens? Then you start to bring in the oxygen. And if you bring enough of it together, then you can create water. And when we create water, we also create protein. So we find that when we talk about essential fatty acids, we have to understand that they're slightly alkaline, just above 7. And a person being in an acidic condition, with respect to the pH table, will still be slightly alkaline, but with respect to health, will be slightly acidic. And so a lot of people don't really understand that. And so what that means is that the difference between being in an aerobic condition, which is oxygen producing, or an anaerobic position, not only not oxygen producing, but hydrogen losing. So we start to see that we work a lot harder when we're not very healthy. And so life is hard enough without having to burden ourselves with all sorts of other problems. But what we're doing is trying to understand the role of the brain and how we can map this. And it really becomes very complicated because the left side and the right side of the brain do this thing called cross-channeling. And then not only is the brain crossing over with respect to left side, right side, but it's crossing over from plasmatic side to physical side and is interacting with the pituitary gland and the pineal gland. And so this becomes a very important form of communication. But, that communication doesn't just stay within the brain. There's a plasmatic crossover with the rest of the body as well. So understand that the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body, and the right brain controls the left side of the body. And interestingly enough, there are two different energy supplementations. Energy supplementation in the physicality we call eating, and we eat food. So we find that for brain food, we need the calcium plasma, and for the heart food, we need the iron plasma. So these are two different elements that we require for two different conditions. So the brain and the heart represent two different conditions, and yet there is a link, but that link crosses over. So when we look at the cells and we see them as a phospholipid containment, they are represented by hydrophilic heads and hydrophobic tails. And the reason for that is because oil and water don't mix. So that allows us to have an intercellular communication, and that one cell can communicate with another cell. But then we have an intracellular communication, which allows the inside of the cell to communicate with the outside of the cell. So these two forms of communication are vital. So the intracellular communication is self-serving, is for the livelihood of the cell. But the intercellular communication is vital for the livelihood of the body. Well, this is handy. If you want a body, you have to have the cells. And so that's how we start. Well, what happens with our brain when, if we are only half-brained? And so, there's a joke when they talk about a lobotomy, and they say, well, if you go through a lobotomy and you lose half your brain, you could say that you have none left. If you have none left, then the crossover means you have no body on the right. But if the brain has none left, that means it's all right, which means that you have a body on the right. Well, this kind of is one way to split the hemispheres. Another way is to split the head and the tail. And we know that there's something that goes on that way, because how many times have you heard someone say, well, they're running around like a chicken with the head cut off? And so what does that mean? Chickens can literally keep running even though their head is cut off in the immediate time after that occurs. So how is that possible? There must be an energy exchange still going on. Then there's another fallacy that we have is to do with brain utilization. We say, well, only 15% of the brain is used, which means 85% is unused. But as we all know, you either use it or you lose it. So if this was true, then the brain would atrophy. But it does atrophy in the process of Alzheimer's or other brain damage. So we find that this atrophy has more to do with the calcium delivery, which is fundamental for the brain. And of course, calcium is in an alkaline state. So how is that delivered? And how does that facilitate the brain utilization? Well, when we look at the periodic table of elements, we get into the details and we see in the star formation of the amino acid. So we talked about hydrogen and oxygen, and of course we have to introduce carbon and nitrogen. Well, there we go. And then when we look at the emotion and physicality, the zinc and the copper, and the relationship with the earth, there's the iron. And then of course, the earth is inorganic, so we say it's silicon based, but we're organic, so we're carbon based. And then we look at these other elements, sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium. Well, they are not part of the amino acids, and they are not part of the physicality and emotion. They are part of the medium. The sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium are in a different category, a third category. And that calcium is shared amongst all of the elements, because all of these elements are part of the body. They're part of our humanity. And the reason for that is that they're part of the earth space as well. So all of these elements are in earth space, and they're in our space, in the man space. And so when we're doing this body testing, we're using things like X-rays and cathode rays and ultrasound and MRIs, what we call magnetic resonant imaging. And the whole purpose of it is to kind of get a map of what's going on. So we have difficulty getting a map of the heart, but what we can do is we can see how the heart operates. So we use a ECG, which is electrocardioencephalogram. We tried to develop something similar, and we have an ME, a magneto-electroencephalogram, which basically tries to map the brain. And what it is a helmet with numerous devices for measuring the magnetoelectrical pulses. We're trying to identify where in that brain is a certain function. The problem with that, of course, is that when we look at the nerves, for instance, we see that there's a big head, and there's these dendrites, which are the big tails. And when we look at the stacker units, we see the 5 stacker units. We see the soul cup at the top, and we see the earth cup at the bottom. And then we find that our skeleton is inside our body, and some animals actually have the skeleton grow outside of their body. So there are different results, different factors that come into play. Well, before we discuss that, memory comes into play here, because there's a proof of sequencing here. Question is, what is retained? So life's learning lessons are retained in your memory. And how they're retained is in the rotating fields around the nerves, which are the myelin sheath. And then you say, well, what is lost? Well, those same life's learned lessons in the pineal connection. So there's a sequencing. We know it exists because regardless of what is retained or what is lost, we know that the baby memory is inherited. And the reason we know that is because we can't remember when we were born. Okay, so how does the baby remember if we can't remember? And then you look at the adult memory, well, that's acquired. That's acquired by life's learned lessons. So there's a sequence. So the baby is before the adult. So the inherited memory is prior to the acquired memory. This becomes very important. So we understand that the magnetical forces are feeding and the gravitational forces are feeding back. And so we, as the last man standing, have choices. And those choices are to either turn on or turn off the feeding, increase or decrease the strength, or change our position through an enhancement or diminishing. So we have sequences. And so when we talk about the babies, some babies lose their brain function in the process of the birth. And also they generate an enormous amount of water on the brain, which kind of upsets the brain function. But that brain function can be restored, but the problem is that map and position, which we are accustomed to as having that particular brain function, is not functioning. And so the function itself has to be restored, and it's restored at a different location. Well, that changes the map. Well, how can you change the map? You know, you are living in a location and you can change location by leaving that location, but that location remains in its location. So how can you move that location? Strange question. So when we look at the gravitational fields, we can see in our body, but we don't see the blood. We don't see the organs. What we see is the skeleton. And in the process of materialization, in terms of physicality, we find that the heart materialization precedes the brain. Well, that explains why the baby memory is inherited and the adult memory is acquired. And then also the blood materialization is different. It flows through the body, but it flows around the brain. In other words, there's no blood in the brain, but there is blood inside the body. So this is kind of funny, especially when you consider the fact that the skeleton is inside the body, but the skull is around the brain. And so not only is the crossover from the left to the right and the right to the left, but the blood goes through a crossover where it flows from the inside of the body to around, shall we say, the body of the brain. So this is part of the growth, what we see in terms of memory and in terms of the calcium structure of the bone structure. And we see this represented in shells. And so we see the rotating fields, and we see them rotating in all three axes, X, Y, and Z. And then some have a smooth surface and some have a spiky surface. And when we look at that surface, we find that that also rotates perpendicular to the other rotation in 3 dimensions. So this constitutes growth. So just like the growth of the myelin sheath, which enhances your memory, acquired memory, that is. So when we look at the organs of the body and we see how they compare, and so we say that, well, the two most important organs are the brain and the heart, right? But what happens when the brain goes into a coma? Shall we say the brain becomes kind of, well, not necessarily brain dead, not lame brain, but, you know, not functioning properly? Or compare that to what happens to the heart when it has a breakdown, like a nervous breakdown, an emotional breakdown. And so what happens to all those other organs, like the liver, the Leydig system, the autonomous nervous system, the cells, and the electron transport system? So a lot has to do with the fact of our terminology. We say the brain is in the head and the organs are in the rest of the body, but clearly the rest of the body can operate without the brain, which means that they have to have an intelligence as well. So maybe brain is just a generic term like car. You don't know, if I say car, you don't know what brand, you don't know what color, you don't even know how many wheels it has. But if I say heart brain, well, you know the heart brain is different from the liver brain, which is different from the Leydig brain, the autonomous nervous system brain, the cell brain, and the electron transport system brain. So how do you differentiate them from the brain? Well, then it becomes the brain. So good, it's named twice, just like New York. So if we understand charge, and we look at the difference between 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions, we understand bending. And so in the process of bending, and we said that the hydrogen is negative and the oxygen is positive. So in the process of bending, we create this water. And so we have to understand that when we create this water, we create this protein. But what happens when you have a polar flip? We just change the nature of the charge. So now the hydrogen is negative in the bottom and the oxygen is positive on the top. Okay, so it doesn't change the charge, it just changed the orientation. And it doesn't have to be a sharp bend, it can be a curve. So the same thing happens. So when we look at the ends of the curve, well, they're negative. And when we look at the bend in the curve, that also is negative. And so that reflects a charge. So when we look at the structure of the amino acids as they're presented in a graphic, we see that they have a lot of bends. So we have to understand that each one of those bends is a negative. And in relationship to the hydrogen, everything else is positive. The hydrogen is always negative because it's the smallest. So as we start to break down how these amino acids are exchanging energy, we have to take into account another thing, and that is that one pair doesn't have sugar and the other pair has sugar. And the sugar has a pentagonal format and the amino acid has a hexagonal format. And then if we understand that all of these poles are flipping constantly, and then we see how energy is moving. So if the energy is moving negatively in one way, and then when the poles flip, and energy moves in another way. And then the question then becomes is what causes the pole to flip? Well, the shearing of the hydrogen is very important in the exchange of energy. So as soon as you shear that hydrogen off, you change the polarity of the gravitational condition of the magrav. And that's exactly what happens in phosphorylation. So when we look at the hexagonal formation of glucose, and we see at the points of that hexagon that all those poles flip. And so the glucose becomes fructose. And this part of phosphorylation is essential because it's aerobic. It produces a lot of oxygen. So in the production of oxygen, we can produce a lot of water. And when we produce a lot of water, well, we can produce a lot of protein. So we see this phosphorylation as being part of this transmission. And this transmission then has to go through a transition. There's a blood-brain barrier. between the head and the body. And then it goes through this transmutation process where we see all the components of the brain that we're trying to map. And then we find that we don't see any hearts or liver or kidneys in the brain, but we see them in the body. And so each one of these functions, each one of these organs functions the same way as a cell. They have hydrophilic heads and hydrophobic tails. And they have a barrier. They are created with water inside and they have water outside. And so that barrier is oily, and oil and water don't mix. So we're able to create our physicality as a result. And then we find that if there's a crossover, when we're talking about polar flipping, maybe there's a axial flipping where we're going from flipping from left to right. And so we find that there's a equatorial rotation, if you will, and there's a barrier between the head and the body, shall we say, the head and the tail. So when we look at conception and we say, well, the birth of a child, it stems from the glint in daddy's eye, isn't it? It's an idea, it's a concept. So conception is conceivable. Well, the concept of regrowth, we've been taught, is inconceivable. But when we have an idea, that also becomes the birth of a concept. And so when you have an idea, you don't end up with a hole in your head. That idea is now created and is a concept. And so there's an old joke in Toronto where we had a lot of restaurants owned by Greeks. And so we said, well, what happens when two Greeks shake their hands? It's the birth of a restaurant. The difference is the birth of a child takes 9 months and a restaurant only takes 3 months. So it all comes from a concept. It comes from an idea. Where did that come from? And how is it maintained? So this is the basis of reason. And since we have a physicality, we say that we can stand. So man is standing. And man stands to reason. So reason then becomes the physical expression feedback. The feedback of the brain transcription of concepts. Ideas become conceptualized. Ideas become born. And ideas within a framework of concept manifest. And then we have dream memories. Well, where are dream memories from? And so we find that these dream memories are absolutely ingrained. We dream as babies, and we dream as children, we dream as adults, and we dream every night. And we dream whether we remember or not. And so we make these connections. And the reason for it is because we need sleep or rest in the physicality. Well, if our physicality is left behind, then who exactly is leaving? And who stays behind? I mean, we know that the physicality stays behind, but who's minding the fort, eh? Who's minding the brain? And does the soul of the body dream with the soul? So these are all kind of good questions, but if we're talking about hemispheric rotation, and we look at the brain, it has a left and a right, but when we look at the planet, it has a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere. Well, in our northern hemisphere, we have a brain. In our southern hemisphere, we have a body, and they don't look the same. So when we look at the hemispheric rotation of the Earth space, we find that the Earth space itself in physicality will rotate in one direction, whereas the plasmatic rotation of the hemispheres rotate in opposite directions. So it means that they can operate individually or they can operate together. So if we look at this hexagon structure and we find that as far as Earth is concerned, it has a bit of a wobble. Well, you can imagine that when you do some walking, you wobble. Or if you do some running, you really wobble. Well, of course, if you drink a lot of alcohol, you'll wobble also. So the point is that there's a motion and you don't know which way it's going to go. But if we have two forces coming together and they deflect, then the poles will flip. So it's not just a wobble, it's a complete 180-degree turn. If we were to remove one of those sides, we said, well, that would be like a key slot. And if you put a key into that slot and then you turn the key by flipping it, you've changed the position. You've changed the position by flipping. Well, let's take a look at something else here. Let's kind of realign it this way, shall we? And the reason we want to do that is because we want to graph these dimensions. So when we talk about the spherical relationship of the X dimension, the Y dimension, and the Z dimension, we find that as these spheres roll and rotate, the points create kind of a sine wave as they go. And there's a sine wave that starts at the top and then rolls to the bottom and then rolls to the top and rolls to the bottom. But then there's an opposite sine wave that starts at the bottom and rolls to the top and carries on. And they cross over. Okay, well, if we were to take these connections and put them together, we can see that we have overlapping connections. If we just look at the connections, forget the graph, we can see undulations. So at the bend is a negative charge, but the bend could be at the bottom, could be at the top, and then it could be at the bottom, and this pattern continues. Well, isn't that interesting? That is the same surface as the brain. So if these charges are coming together, now we talked about the principal interaction being energy and motion being a two-way street. So there's energy coming from the sun and it's interacting in its self-serving way, and there's energy from the earth and it's interacting in its self-serving way. And then there's an interaction of the two fields that come together and cross over. And we say, okay, so now we have three dimensions with respect to this transmission. We have the x-axis, which is the rotating field, y-axis, which is the polarity, and the z-axis, which is the manifestation of the field itself. And as they come together, they create this field. And the way this field communicates with respect to the brain is through this supragranular layer, which is around the brain. And so we understand that these three fields have a transmission on the x-axis, which is a negative magnetical field force, and a y-axis, also a negative magnetical field force. So therefore, the field itself, the z-axis, must be a positive gravitational field force. And that becomes your point of anchorage. So from that point of anchorage, which is the brain, then becomes a communication form. and has to somehow exchange through this super granular layer, which is only 3 cells thick. Then this encapsulates the corpus callosum, which is the combination of the 2 hemispheres. And this is unique to Homo sapiens sapiens. We were named twice also as part of the human race. But what is different is in the physicality, this allows a delay in consequences. And that can be very handy unless it's abused. So when we look at the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, and we see that like poles repel, so there has to be some kind of flipping. Because when we're talking about attraction, we say, well, how do these attract together? Well, they come together. But if they're opposite poles, they attract. And since it's a two-way street, if we were to flip the poles, well, there would be a repulsion gap. But this repulsion gap is also a connection. So the attraction, repulsion, connection remains. And if we flip the poles, and so therefore we have an attraction of the northern and some of the southern hemisphere. And so we say, well, wait a second, like poles repel. There's a gap. Well, yes, but when you flip the pole, it becomes an attraction gap connection. And so it's a two-way street. Okay, so that means when we have a curve on the way up, we can have an equal and opposite curve on the way back down. So what does that do? Well, that creates two sides of the same coin. But since it's spherical, well, we can fill in the field. And in this case, it might be the flight enhancement system. And then, of course, to maintain that balance, that field has to be contained. And then in that containment, the energy can move. And so since it's highly gravitational, it is seeking to move in a negative direction. Okay. So we've resolved this anomaly of this pole flipping to understand that there's a sine wave of attraction and there's a square wave of connection. And what it does is it allows both the coming together and the gap. And it also allows this crossover between the plasma head manifestation and the physical tail manifestation. What does that mean? If we understand that the plasmatic rotating field is in a plasma condition of the Earth, and yet the Earth in physicality is a physical rotating field, then we look at the commonality between that and man with the plasmatic head and the physical tail, the body being physical tail manifestation. So where does the brain sit in there? Because the brain itself is physical. So how can it be a plasmatic head manifestation and a physical tail manifestation? Which is it? And then when we look at the graph and we see the relationship between the soul of the man and the soul of the body, and we see the point of containment between the two extremes of amplitude, and of course, there's always a beyond, isn't there? And so all of this is part of the transmission. So we have the transmission within the containment, but what is going on beyond? So now we understand that there's a transmission spectrum. And as we're trying to map the points of containment, we say, okay, well, we know that beauty is skin deep, but so is ugly. But at what point? because how many times have you seen an ugly duckling become a beautiful swan? So this is part of the growth. And so this is the difference between the surface superficiality and the internal substance. So when we're talking about substance, we have to understand that physicality is superficial and the plasma is part of the substrate. So when we're looking at the point of containment, if we're looking at the electromagnetic spectrum, we find that that little portion in the center there, what we can see within the visible color spectrum is our point of containment in terms of its physicality. And everything else is undulating from there in two directions and beyond. So transmission is actually not a map. Communication requires an antenna. Then through that antenna, you release the binding energy, and you have to do that before you retrieve beneficial energy. So the field release actually has to precede the field capture. The giving has to precede the taking. The emission has to precede the absorption. Motion cannot exist without the coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. So whether you have a brain or whether you have an idea, motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. So in terms of being plasma dominant, which is a point of containment, that precedes the physical dominant point of containment. So we are dimension centric. We can rightly conclude that it's not man space centric because we're all different, you know. So we're all variables, but on this planet. So maybe it could be Earth space centric, but this planet is one of many planets, and you know it's possible that it could be sun space dimension centric. So either way, the containment is dimension centric. And so how do we get to that? So there has to be a proximity, and that proximity is also dimension centric. And there has to be kind of a pressure to go from one dimension to another. So the nature of pressure is also dimension centric. But the surface reactance involves all undulations of the 3 dimension of transmission. So what's the message? And how's the message contained? So we seem to feedback with sound, with light, heat, pressure, luster, superficiality, laminar containment, and mapping the undulations. And so we are feedback dominant. And so when we look at the matter plasma dimensions, we have to understand there's a physical dimension and a plasmatic dimension. And we're ignoring the plasmatic dimension. Man is feedback dominant. We're missing half or more than half, because this supergranular layer around our brain is the outbound feedback versus the outbound perception. Our brain is a plasmagen receiver. And the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis is the star formation. So therefore, the message feeding manifestation and the message feedback manifestation has to be connected to an antenna. So the brain is an antenna. You can't map an antenna. You can only connect to the various field forces traveling around it and determined by nearness and proximity. This is why we are bringing together the first Keshe space plasma research teams so that we can research outer space. We are in the post-March 15th, 2024 era of having choices. So we have this beautiful Earth space and this outer space transmutation space. It has to be connected with that graceful space we call our inner space. And indeed, it has to be graceful in order to be connected to that greater oneness, as we've tried for 532 Knowledge Seeker workshops in a row. Our efforts to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, because what we're doing now is this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So we're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. Remember, children, behave and duck for cover. That's why we need a world peace treaty. Sign it. Sign it with your brain, sign it with your heart, sign it with the connection to the universe, because we wonder if man is the reactor of a three-dimensional universe. Can man find heaven through the field transmission of vertical motion with the guidance of forward motion and perpendicular rotation? Navigating the map of the three dimensions of truth, the message manifestation comes from beyond the physical brain's dimensions. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And not only is this at the end of this lesson, but it's at the end of the advanced transmission series. I hope you enjoyed this ride. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Alex, for more of our daily bread, as they say, but hopefully in the plasma understanding of it all. And hopefully I've got some of these cross connections. Gosh, there just seems an overwhelming amount of knowledge to comprehend and understand and apply. But we continue on. I think all the time we're gaining more and more understanding and knowledge, and probably some gifts along the way from the Creator, from some of the systems we're interacting with and the rest of it. But we continue on this path. Slowly we're advancing. Just want to say hello to Karina. I think we met once or twice on one of the sessions in London. Thank you for your appearance. Or I thought maybe Dean might have something he'd like to ask if he's still here. I'm not sure. Yes, he is. But let's open it up to questions for Alex, if there are any. I know Saeed had put a few questions. He's gone now, but maybe you'd like to answer them. Maybe he'll come back and listen to the recording of this program. Let me just go to the...
Well, I wouldn't mind some assistance on this question, but I'd like to go for it. I'll have a go at it too. And the question is it rightful to defend ourselves from these wars?
Okay, in the Q&A. Okay, go right ahead.
Well, the question isn't do we have the right? Of course we have the right. It becomes our self-serving certitude. We must do that. However, the question is, how do we do that? And so if we do it the way that we were attacked, then we become part of the problem. It just becomes a continuation. It becomes another link in the chain. And that link has no substance. It has no life. It has no future. It just ends up being more of the same. So the question in terms of our ability to defend ourselves, it comes in how do we facilitate creation? Because the implication of being attacked is a notion of destruction. And so if we buy into that, then we contribute to that destruction. So we have to ask ourselves very seriously, do we want to do that? And if we assume that there are no consequences, because in our physicality we can delay consequences, we have to understand that delay doesn't eliminate. Delay only kicks the can down the road. We still have to rue those consequences. So we really have to think carefully as to what kind of consequences we're prepared to endure. And if those consequences manifest from our own hand, well, that's, what they call half-brained. So we really have to understand this delay in consequences and how it manifests in the physicality. And so if we understand that the physical manifestation is the brain's tail, and the plasmatic manifestation manifests into the physicality of the brain itself, then the brain, if you will, becomes the intermediary. And you have to ask yourself, the intermediary of what? And so it's the intermediary between the physical domain and the plasmatic domain. So the maintenance of each of these three dimensions, the physical 3 dimensions and the plasmatic 3 dimensions, is energy in motion. And that energy in motion has to have a connection. So the brain isn't the transcription. The brain is the transcriber. It's the antenna that connects. There's another question that has to do with RNA and DNA. The RNA and DNA carry the blueprint memory, and that's part of the message as well. So everything comes down to our interpretation. And are we plasmatic dominant, or are we physical dominant? Now we understand what the difference is. Now we have to guide our actions accordingly. I hope that's helpful. Anyone else want to take a flyer?
Hello, Alex. Me again.
Hello.
Hello, Claudia.
I always have questions, but if you come back to that picture that you have the sun and the earth, please.
The sun and the earth. And I
Yes.
think what you're talking about is
With the galactic image behind.
Oh, the sun and the earth with the galaxy behind.
It was in the
Yes, we have the
C14.
magnetical with the magnetical.
This one?
No,
No,
I was
no.
gonna say it's not the C14 with the lightning bolts, is it?
No, when the magnetical is with the magnetical, and we have the gravitational with the hydrogen that you're talking about.
Got it. This one.
Yes. My question is, for example, Mr. Keshe said, we are in the earth and we have our own emotions, and we have our RNA that's not only ours, is our ancestors too. And we have this line of communication with them. This our ancestors is like in between the earth and the sun, with this line of communication.
That's the question. Well,
Yes.
certainly. Yes, certainly it is, because it eventually manifests on this planet. So The best example that I can give of that is if you purchase a record, a musical record, you know, whether it's a vinyl or a CD or tape, the artist invoked a certain kind of memory into that um, uh, into that music, into the intention of that music, and that music doesn't affect everybody the same way. But let's say it's a highly emotional, you know, and you find that, oh, well, a lot of people cry, you know, when they hear that music. Oh my God, it's so beautiful, you know, it brings tears to your eyes. Well, how does it do that? And, you know, when was that record created? So, you know, if that record was created in your own lifetime, well, you can understand that. And maybe if that artist is coming to do a performance and you want to go because you have this emotional connection, oh, you know, I really want to experience that. But if that artist has passed on, so that emotion is only carried in that record. And that record only is activated when it's playing. So if you were to hold that record in your hand, you wouldn't start crying unless you invoked the memory of the feeling you had in listening to that record. So that emotion is being carried despite the fact that you're not playing the record, you're just holding the record. Or even further, maybe you're only thinking about that. Oh, you know, I hear this music, and how many times does it happen? We call it nostalgia. Oh, you know, that's when I was, you know, on the beach with my favorite partner, and it was such a wonderful time. And I'm sure, you know, saying that to you, all of you are thinking about someone different, but the event is pretty special. And you say, wow, you know, I really felt good then, and I really loved the person, and we both felt, you know, we were very happy. And that's an emotion that's carried. Well, how is it carried? So that really becomes a very important answer, because that emotion is not restricted to the record. That emotion is not restricted to the memory of that record. That emotion is not restricted to the memory of your physical lifetime. That memory is embedded in your essence, and it has no boundary. It has no expiry date. So if you understand that concept, then the emotion of your ancestors, if you can tune into that, you would then have the experience of that emotion. The question becomes is, how involved do you want to be with that emotion? Because like some people, and I'm thinking of one particular person that every time she connected with that emotion, she would start to cry. And you say, well, you know, it's sunny outside, it's very nice, and you know, everything's peaceful, and yet she's crying. Why is she crying? Because she's re-experiencing that emotion. And you say, well, that's so sad. And what makes it even more sad is she's by herself. So that whole aspect of, shall we say, feeling melancholy with respect to that emotion is a self-defeating practice. It means you are giving your good energy to that bad energy. And we say, well, we like it, you know. And it's the same thing. I went to the hospital there where we have the war veterans. And I remember there were a lot of veterans from World War II. And every day they would recreate the war. And that's what they would discuss all day long while they were in the hospital, because they were there with all their buddies. And of course, all their buddies survived the war, so they can only talk with their buddies. They can't talk to the guys who died, but they have memories of them. And so it becomes an important part of their current life. And so why are you giving the energy of your current life to that in the past? Why are you carrying that baggage? Why are you carrying that burden? And what can you do for it? So if you understand that life is for learning, then we understand that not only is the emotion of the ancestors being carried within your memory, but the understanding or interpretation or the handling of that emotion also changes in your physicality. That becomes a very important point, because if at some point in time, and you're looking at an event, let's say in your childhood, which caused you an enormous amount of regret, and you carry that forward into your adult life, now it maintains a substance. If you were to change your attitude with respect to that event, that would change the substance. In the process of changing that substance, guess what? You have changed the past. If you take the past and you project it a future, then if the past was gloomy, my God, the future will be gloomy as well. If you change your attitude and say, well, you know, the past is the past, and I've learned from that, and I look to the future, and I'm not going to carry that forward, now all of a sudden the future is bright. So we say, nothing that you've ever done in the past will either qualify you nor disqualify you from anything in the future, unless you allow it. You are the one who has to make the choice. You are the one who has to make the interpretation. So imagine a baby that comes in and it carries all of this memory, and you can't remember it. The only thing that you can remember is your life's learned lessons. But wait a minute. You were a baby, you were created, and you grew into an adult. How did you do that? How did you remember to do that? Where was that connection? So how can you remember something and not remember something else? And the thing is, there are some boo-boos that we carry in the physicality that are carried from our ancestors. This is the hard part to understand, because sometimes what we're looking for and saying, well, we have a issue in our physicality, and I can't remember what happened in my life to cause that issue. And now we come to the realization that it might be a carry forward from an ancestor. And that carry forward would be so strong that it would be actually breaking into your current memory. And as soon as you resolve that issue, that ailment, it'll disappear. And this is exactly what we're doing in the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship units. We are dealing with the psychosomatic conditions. And so we have to transcend the current physical lifespan. We have to connect with the cosmic forces of the universe. And the cosmic forces of the universe carry all the information. So in fact, because we're plasma dominant, our knowledge is only based on our life's learned experiences, whereas in truth, we have the life's learned experiences of all of our ancestors as well. And, you know, I welcome that news. I welcome that news because I receive compliments for what I do but I'll tell you what, I always feel deficient in terms of my knowledge. Okay, because what I know is a drop in the ocean compared to the knowledge of the universe. I'm just trying to navigate the way you are. And so I'm using references that I can use as beacons to navigate. And it's not always a straight line. And so this becomes the beauty of the plasma science, is the ability to go around bends and curve. And that's what makes life so beautiful. If we look at the vertical people, they come in all shapes and sizes and different colors, and you could turn around and say every one of them is beautiful. And I have a regret. I was taken on a tour once of a garden, and I seen so-called weeds. That's a person who was running the tours. Oh, you're such an environmentalist, and you're looking at that as a weed. Well, if you were a moth, you would look at it as a haven. You would look as a feeding source, just like a butterfly would go for a flower, or a bumblebee would go for the nectar in a flower. You know, and you say, well, obviously, what do they say? Horses for horses and horses for horses, or, you know, I had no right to be critical of that. And yet I forgot, because this was part of a life's learned lessons. And I was obviously misunderstanding that. And I really felt ashamed when he told me that. And so with all the knowledge that I had, I should have never made that mistake. But I was brought up in a certain education and say, oh, well, those are weeds and they're bad and they need to be killed and eliminated, and not understanding that everything works together in combination. And so we see the same thing with pests and how they attack farms, or how we've seen the viruses attack the pigs. So everything is part of creation and everything is part of decay. It all depends on the magnetical gravitational relationship. So sorry to go so long, but I hope I answered your question, Claudia.
Yes, thank you so much. So much. I don't have words to say. You really do a really good job. Thank you so much, Alex.
And Diane agrees with you, Claudia. She says, beautiful teaching. Karsten says, thank you very much. And Nikolai has 4 clapping hands. So thank you, Alex, for your delivery, for your teaching, for your sharing, your understanding of this plasma science. If we back up, Saeed has had another question. And is this knowledge exclusively given to mankind or other species too? I know the universal community has looked at man as a insignificant dust in the universe up to now, referring to us as four-wheelers. But it seems the creator has decided to gift this transmutation knowledge to the mankind, for them to use it in a way to interact with other species of the universe and perhaps teach them. So we know it's not exclusively given to mankind, but there is this knowledge of transmutation, which is being initially given to mankind. Do you want to comment on that at all, Alex?
Certainly. It's this delay in consequences. So as an adult, you maybe have teenage children who, you know, don't listen to you. And you say, well, you know, I have to leave for the weekend. I have to go on a meeting. And, please look after the house for the weekend and then make sure it's in good order when we get back. Sure, Mom, sure. Yeah, well, we'll do that. Yep, yep. And, you're not, the wheels don't even hit the road and they're already on the phone calling their friends. Hey, guys, party tonight, right? So the point is that they can have the party and they can delay the consequences of that party until mom and dad come back from their trip, right? Well, the point is that we did the same thing, remember? That's how we know. We probably had some parties too, and they could have been very destructive. And of course, many things could happen. We never think of the worst consequences. We said, well, what's the worst thing that could happen? Oh, well, maybe we can spill some beer on the carpet, or maybe we could, well, maybe throw some paint on the wall. So I remember one party I had with the kids, and we bought some paint, finger paint, and I let them paint the walls, and they couldn't believe it. They thought I was off my rocker. Well, we could put our hands and stick our hands in the paint and put it on the walls. So yeah, so they all went to the walls and they put their handprints all over the walls, and it looked really, kind of strange. And then they decided to paint on the walls, and they came up with these beautiful pictures, and they did it all by themselves. And that was probably one of the best weekends we had with the kids there, because the extended family all came together and we were looking after the kids. And so that was a lot of fun. But, it's your point of view with respect to the delay and consequences. And what I want to emphasize is that this delay in consequences is a privilege. And the reason we've been given that privilege is because we've attained a certain kind of knowledge and maturity. Well, just because we don't show our maturity, we tend to show our immaturity. But at this point in time, we're now starting to appreciate how valuable this is. And so, can we delay the consequences in a way when saying, well, I can't do what I need to do today, but I'll do it tomorrow, as opposed to saying, I am going to beat you up, and I won't have to worry about you until you get out of the hospital. And you say, well, both of those are delay and consequences, but one of them is leaving the opportunity open for creation, and the other is creating an emotion that will be carried forward that could be very destructive. And so we find that that's what happens with the war. So you killed my father, so I'm going to kill you. Well, the person you kill has a son. That son is going to grow up, and you know what? That son will want to have revenge, and he'll come and kill you. And so it goes generation by generation by generation. And all we get is this nasty delay in consequences over multiple generations going back thousands and thousands of years. And so when you look at the history of man, we've always been warmongers. And it's so sad. And this is what we carried forward in our memory. It's so sad. So why do we have this? And this is a good question. Why do we have this misery? Why is it hanging around us? Because you give something to someone as responsibility because they deserve it. So that choice was made before you were born. We deserve this responsibility. But the fact that we abuse it is an acquired knowledge. Well, learning why we have this gift needs to also be an acquired knowledge. And that's what the 532 Knowledge Seekers workshops have been showing us. We now have this acquired knowledge that's come together as a body of knowledge, and we have run into conflict with those who choose to carry forward this generational conflict. So either we engage that conflict or we deflect that conflict. And if we don't give our good energy to the bad energy, then we won't lose that energy. But that energy that we don't give to will now have to seek it from another source. And invariably, that source is self-consumption. And we see that with people who have a drug addiction or an alcohol addiction. I remember this thought came up this week, as a matter of fact. I was thinking about a girlfriend that I had when I was in high school. And we broke up. And, you know, you look at what the adults do, and I'm just a teenager, what do I know? So what do the adults do? Well, they go out and get a 26-ounce whiskey, and they basically drown out their sorrows. Well, halfway through the bottle, I'm thinking, like, what am I doing? The sorrows are still there. I'm drunk, I don't feel well. And she's still gone. So, you know, that didn't accomplish anything. And the only benefactor was the whiskey producer, and I had to pay for it. So I had to pay for not feeling very well. So I felt very stupid. Why am I contributing to my poor quality of life when life is hard? You know, it's hard without the bottle of whiskey. I don't need a bottle of whiskey to make it harder. There's no prize there. So that was a lesson that I learned all by myself. And I thought, well, I'm not interested in drowning out my sorrows. What I have to do is to understand that lesson. And it's taken me a long time to understand that lesson, because actually I loved her very much. But had I had today's technology, I could have changed her life for the better. But I was powerless at that point in time. And so I had no choice but to retreat, to withdraw from that situation and not contribute, because all I would do would be actually contributing to her misery as well. And that wouldn't be fair either. So we have to take that into account. And it requires a very mature attitude. And I can't say that I always share that mature attitude, but, you know, it's part of the learning process. And so in that process, I don't feel as badly today as I did back then. And the reason for that is because I've changed my attitude. So in regard to, you know, answering Claudia's question, I've changed my past as a result of that. So there are those who can't do that. They have so much baggage that they carry it forward, and they're proud to carry it. The reason they're proud is because they have nothing else. You know, what did they call it? If you didn't have that misery, you wouldn't have anything. It'd be, you know, bankrupt. So the notion of having is so prevalent. Well, that having, the concept of having is in your physicality, is in the concept of your emotional manifestation of that concept. So you already have it. So why do you want to have it? The longing to have it, the longing to have the knowledge, when you already have the knowledge, it doesn't make sense. And this is the understanding that all the knowledge seekers are coming to grips with right now. That we have what we need on this planet, which is why we came here. But the misconduct that comes through the delay in consequences is defeating that responsibility, defeating that gift. It's defeating the intention of having acquired that responsibility. That responsibility is not a burden. That responsibility is an honor. So we just have to change our attitude, me included. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments, disagreements, something you'd like to share? I'll just
Hi,
take
Mark.
this.
It's Dean here. May I say
Hello,
something?
Dean. Yes.
Hello,
of
Mark.
course.
How are you?
Yes,
Hello,
well.
Dean.
Hello, Alex. How are you?
Good, sir.
Good, good. Thank you for beautiful teaching, Alex. Wonderful as always, always. Just looking at the sun on the screen. So that sun has as you're putting there, a gravitational pull, and all this emotions that are creating this condition are, as you've said, from a past. Much of it is from a past. It's from an understanding that is held on to and never released, never let go. And there's many. So if we go back to the sun, there's many trillions of interactions happening in that plasma, in all those souls that are present within that sun. And if that one sun is a cell in the body, each and every human being has the capability to be a star, as you see in that galaxy, in the galaxies behind, in the space, and all those energies that are transforming continuously. So when we pull ourselves back into the moment, because there is only really this moment, there is no time other than in this environment that we live in. So when we go to a soul aspect and we stop the time, and this is what the Universal Council and many others do, they actually they become at one, no time, no limitation, and they become the sun. They become an environment that that becomes what you've been speaking about for a very long time now. You become everything and nothing at the same time. The war that we all manifest through the emotions that is linked to all this physical matter state that we all find ourselves in is something that we love to hang on to, the physicalities. We've known Mr. Keshe been speaking about this for a very long time. But when you actually touch the very essence of that one divine spark you have inside yourself, and that I use that word in a very in a correct ethos manner, nothing to do with theology. That's just a word. So when you actually use the intention in the correct way and you become peaceful in this moment, and you stop thinking, it's the tick-tock of the brain, it's the matter state. When you go to the soul aspect, the war stops. Everything stops. And then I think this is, for me, a condition that many are being pulled into by various different conditions of very many different emotions that are bouncing around in their confinement of their own brains, that are then being transmuted through the suns that they possess, and then shining them out, and others are picking up these emotions. And then just it keeps going back forward, tick tock, tick tock. So when we can actually, one of us, just one son, can actually reach the point where they let go enough, and then you'll see that seashore, you'll see that new place where nothing exists, and then you become at one, and then that war will stop. That's just some of my understandings. Whether it's correct or not but that's some of the feelings and some of the emotions, or the lack of emotion, I should say. One thing I found that since being involved in some of the sessions and some of the units was that I started to transcend some of the emotions. So something that used to be very, very powerful within me would trigger a very emotional response. Doesn't do it anymore. It's in a different way. And it makes you feel sometimes that you should be feeling an emotion. And then you find that you don't, you're more balanced, and everything changes. It's quite a different position. So that's an understanding and a learning that you have to go through to be able to then take yourself into another time and place and position that is beneficial for yourself and for all the entities that you're existing and being part of in this very moment.
Can I just
Anyway, Mark, I'm sorry to keep rattling on, but I just need you to sort of speak that. I don't know why.
Thank you.
No, don't go away.
I'm not going away. No.
No, that concept of triggering, it's something that happened to me this week. And I was really shocked at how much I was triggered by it. And it never used to be a big deal in the past. And I thought, well, why am I feeling, so extreme, shall we say? Okay, because I got very upset, and it happened very, very quickly. So and that was a very immature thing to do, I must say. It reminded me of when I was a teenager, I had a very short temper. And so this became really extreme, and I thought, well, why is it bothering me? And the reason is because with the awareness that I have right now, I wasn't aware enough to be triggered in the past. If something happened and you say, well, I have no opinion on that, I don't know if it's right, or and then you try and you work and putting things together, and then something happens which upsets your tiny little perfect world, and I got triggered by it. There was another case years ago. I ran into a man who seemed to specifically target me, and I was working on a farm, and I was doing some building, and every time I built something, if I left, when I came back, he would undo everything that I did. And he'd say, well, I needed some of the pieces that you had in that structure. And I said, well, yeah, but those pieces were part of the structure. Yeah, but I needed those pieces. Well, we lost the structure because you took those pieces. And I was very upset. And then I found this pattern repeating itself. And it just seemed to happen that every time he needed something, it was in one of my structures. And so to get those pieces, he had to destroy my structure. And so it became like building sandcastles on the beach. You meticulously build all the sand and everything, and then the tide comes in and washes it all away. And it's like, should I get mad at the tide, or should I just realign my attitude? And so I realigned my attitude, and I said, well, okay, well, you know, the only reason he's destroying my structure is because I built it. And so he has this feeling, and I just, well, okay, I'm just not going to build those structures in a place where he can do this anymore. So I had to become a little bit wiser in that regard, but I also had to stop giving bad energy to that. And so compared that to what happened this week, and I found, oh my God, I fell into that trap by myself. So I have to, I have more to learn in that regard. But I think this is what's happening to all of us in saying, you know, that's what I did 20 years ago. I don't want to do that anymore. Okay, that was back then, and things have changed. I have changed. I don't want to do that anymore. And then when you run into someone who's doing it that way, and it's not only is that old fashioned, but I can't even remember. It's not even in my lifetime. It's in a different lifetime. It just happens to be within the lifetime on this planet. But that's totally changed. And as we go around, we have to realize that we may have changed to the point where it's difficult for us to live on this planet. I think Earth is a beautiful place, but sometimes I think, there's no place for me here. I have to change all my friends. I have to change, how I talk to people. Some people, I can't talk to because they're lying, and I know they're lying, so I have to pretend that I believe them. It puts a lot of burden. So I said, okay, I don't have the energy to deal with that, so I'm just not going to deal with that. So it changes your life and it changes your attitude. So then what happens? Well, then the magic of the Keshe Foundation comes in, and all of the people on this panel, you are spending a valuable Sunday afternoon, and I'm not rubbing it in. It's a valuable afternoon, and you've made a choice to not spend it with me, but to spend it with the whole group here. The whole group as a collective has a welcoming, has a gravitational aspect to it, and you're enjoying it. And I enjoy it. And this is the thing. I cannot talk to anybody else about this, and I'm just saying as a general rule, outside of classes like this. And it's absolutely wonderful, to be able to get in to a deep concept, and to devote more than 35 seconds to something that is so important. I talked to a gentleman who had a father who was extremely ill. And there was a subject that we were to bring up, and he didn't have the time to allow me to talk about that because he was watching a sporting event on TV. Wow, geez, I'm really sorry that I interfered with that, but you can take a recording of it or something, and I really apologize, but we're talking about life and death matter, not a sporting event, and it's really too bad. And I ran into this problem, like I referred to it last week. We had to pay for cancer treatment or pay for Christmas presents. Well, Christmas lost because cancer doesn't take Christmas holidays. So, it really shakes you up, and you say, well, this was a very important event. Well, guess what? There was a more important event. And you just really have to understand that. And it was very emotionally traumatic. But after that, if we couldn't, have the joy of having Christmas dinner together with the family and everything else like that, well, then, we weren't upset about that anymore. And so Christmas was every day. Every day, if the family got together and we had dinner together, could spend time together, that was Christmas. That's how we looked at it. And then all of a sudden, our attitude changes and life becomes wonderful. So there are harsh realities and there are harsh changes that we have to go through. And sometimes that's where we have to go down before we go up. But when we go up, then we have to come back down. But we have to go forward, and that's the thing. Life is for learning, and today is the beginning of the rest of your life. So nothing that happened before can either disqualify you or qualify you for what's coming into the future. It only shows you how things work. Please carry on, Dean. I was really enjoying your point of view there.
Alex, thank you. It's wonderful to listen to you. You always explain things so beautifully. One thing I'd like to say was the way I look at it, or the way that I sense it, is what you were speaking about just now was, when people can't give you the time, can't give you the energy, then I being an artist, being in that spectrum of fields, I look at the whole of what we do, what we think, everything we create as a piece of artwork. And so by thinking in that way, if someone takes something away, it doesn't matter, because the energy that they take away is a creation. So let them take it, let them receive from it. Then I paint back, or in any way you want to describe it, whether it's a word, a song, or anything else, I then replace it with something else. So it doesn't matter if that person is watching a television screen and that's important to them, that's their creation. So I don't judge that. I let them enjoy that moment. And then I inspire them and teach them and give them a creation. I show them something, part of me, a spark, and I paint it onto this artwork. And then it's for them to receive or not. And then I go on my merry way and create again. And we all do this constantly. And then once we start to change our thought process, or start to change and move into that dimension of the soul aspect, where it doesn't have that judgment, it doesn't have that need to confirm its existence through trying to persuade another soul. That soul has a time, place, and position. Let them be in their place. I don't even think I've realized that I used to try and do it all the time. I don't even try to change people anymore. I offer them some of my knowledge through the foundation. I offer them some energy. If they wish to receive, that's that for them. If they do not, then it doesn't affect me emotionally, and it doesn't affect the energy. I paint back. I give back another spectrum, another beauty, another thought, another intention. In fact, sometimes nothing, when you just stand still, be present in the moment, and just let the soul emanate and give back. And then you start the whole creation process again. So that emotion that you tie to it, and that emotion, even by, as you said, you got triggered, then that ties you. And that emotion, as you know, it doesn't just tie you in this moment. Being an eternal soul, that energy will take from you for a very long time. You've attached to it. So you need to unattach from it, create and paint back. And then that energy won't be taken from you for eternity. Because once you leave the physicality, the energy, that this ray, whatever you would like to call it, is still present and still receiving and giving energies constantly. So it's that balance point is that understanding, that beauty of what you would like to receive in the moment, or from your understanding of what you received, not just on a soul level, but in the matter state condition of the brain, that is dictating in this very moment, when you have a judgment, because your soul has no judgment. It just shines magnificently, as you well know. Thank you, Alex. I'll leave it there. Thank you for your beauty.
Wow, who let this guy into the system? I know you've interviewed dozens of people, Dean, in the flight unit, and Mr. Keshe said that for some reason you weren't allowed to go in, but apparently you've been in a number of times now, and it sounds very exciting. It's
Mark, yeah, it was very exciting. You know, it was a wonderful experience, and you know, this knowledge touches you on a soul level. It's so profoundly and so deeply that you start to understand things in a totally different way, and in fact, not understand things. You become you're just different. You just don't interact in certain ways. You see another soul, another being in a totally different light, in another spectrum, and you don't I don't know, you don't judge it. You don't judge it. You just see it. You view it.
Yes.
Yeah, you just see the creation. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And it sounds like Alex is becoming more detached too, and that's what some of these systems will do for you. You're not so enamored as much with the physicality, almost as if, do I really belong here? You probably do. You're here on some sort of mission. But again, the big lights and the sparkly and the shiny and the rest of the physicality has less and less of a meaning to us, or less of a meaning than it did prior to some of these experiences or processes we're going through. And maybe this is part of the detachment and getting ready to travel the universe. But I think we still have some time to go. Randy, if you're still with us, the 3 C's he's put into the chat of understanding emotions once you communicate with your own soul, he said, is calm, cool, and collective. Is there anything you want to add to that, Randy?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's one thing that I've discovered, because as Alex had said, and Dean as well, thank you, Dean, for your great teaching a few moments ago, is detachment. Once we discover the soul, sometimes the things in the physicality don't matter as much, because all we have to do is all you have to do is go take a look at your closet or your junk collection in your garage of how many things we have accumulated over time in the physicality. And none of it can be taken with us when we leave this plane. So how important are all those material things? Really, truly. I think what we're discovering in these Sunday meetings is so much more that we're doing this from experience, and the combination of knowledge shared from the knowledge seekers every week is something different. And I look forward to this every week. So I think this little Sunday meeting should just grow and grow and grow. And Dean, you're welcome back next week to begin your teachings.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you for what you said. It's some of the things you said there sort of resonate, and as you just said, I haven't been present in some of these meetings for quite some time, but every time you come back, you tap in, you learn some new knowledge, you experience the beauty of everything that's being taught, and it's gravitational magnetical. You just you absorb it and understand it, and then share it. It's plasma. It's just, it's all energy transfer. So it's just about giving from your soul for the other soul to receive, if you have this surplus of energy, and let them receive, and then receive back. Allow yourself to receive back if they have a surplus and you need. And it's always a beautiful interaction. And when humanity starts to slightly understand this and come together as a as a soul, and start to understand the beauty of what they really that is present, there won't be all this matter state conditions and all these things that happen will cease very quickly. It's just a matter of it's a matter of matter. It's a time, place, and position that to many are so in the, how can I say, in a condition of acceptance of being in one place, when in fact you're in everything, in every time, place, and position, in every moment. And we've spoken about this before. Mark, Alex, yourself, Randy, myself, and all the people on the panel, and everybody, we're all part of the same thing. We're all in the same place. We just don't. We haven't connected the dots yet, but we will do, and it's getting very close. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alex.
Okay, is there anyone else? I just wanted to show, let me take the screen before I forget to at the end of the program. I was going to ask you about the C14 as an insulator, but I see it's coming up. Let me just share this. And of course, just to, I think you can see the screen. This is just the question and answer with the Universal Council. It's with Marie and Claudia, and it's the first Saturday of every month. So we're just looking for people to join if you have that time on Saturday afternoon. I think it's at 10 p.m. CEST, as it says there, and there's a translation, English and Portuguese. And you're more than invited to be part of this. Just a little clip. I put the link to this video in. And Claudia, if you're still here, would you like to say anything? I know Jacko sort of started out and you interacted with him briefly, and he told a few experiences of his impression of the Sanya conference. And then, of course,
Yes.
Marie brought a teaching as well as the questions and answers. Again, a very beautiful program to be part of, and we're just looking to increase the support for this program. But Claudia, take over, please.
Oh, for me, it's a pleasure. I learn more than than I give, I think. But it was very, very beautiful with Jacob. He's a special person. And was very interesting to listen what he spoke about the transition time. I was very, I don't know, in English, emotional with the tests. And Marie brought us what's plasma. I think it's for us, we always learning, but for all the people that's coming, it's very important to listen what's plasma. And many questions, I think it was interesting about the cremation, I don't know in English too, Mark, cremation, I don't know. But if
creation,
you please, I don't know, it's not creation, about when you death, you burn the body.
Oh, cremation, yes.
Cremation, yes.
Cremation, yes, that process.
I think we can share, and I think we have to share all this knowledge for everybody. Because I am, that Mr. Keshe said, I am addicted with this knowledge, and more than I study, more than I want to know you. That's interesting and beautiful.
Yeah, that's one addiction we won't get over, is our addiction to the fields of the universe. And apparently we're being inundated with these fields all the time, whether we're absorbing them without being aware of it or putting some food in our stomach and intestine, and then more of these fields come in. So we certainly have a strong connection to the universe, as we're really made up of these fields. It's just an amazing thinking that we haven't been able to really grasp fully.
And we want to bring all the members, if you can. Dean, you're here. And
I'm present,
Stefania,
yeah.
if you could support us one day, I appreciate so much.
Claudia, just say when, and yes, of course I will. I will. You just let me know, and I will come and yeah, and support you. I listen on YouTube anyway, most times, and so I am present.
No, thank you so much.
So
Thank you.
just to give a reminder that it's the first Saturday of every month that this program happens. So you're only talking a couple hours a month to be part of this, or as Dean said, listen to the archive of the program, and the link is in the chat for anyone who would like to be part of it. And as Alex said, we can't really have these conversations so deeply as we can here in some of these meetings in our group, so to speak. It's, in a way, it's an exclusive group, but I think as some of this technology is made open to the public, Alex, you'll be inundated with questions and people seeking knowledge once one of these technologies is revealed, especially with the car, perhaps, or maybe another type of device. But we certainly are getting positioned by Mr. Keshe to be able to handle the influx of people that will be coming into this knowledge and wanting to understand more of it. And so we're going to be having a lot of fun, I think, in the very near future. More and more, as we see more and more people become interested in wanting to know more. As the fields of this planet change, as we project more of this knowledge into the marketplace, let's say, more and more people are going to want to really understand this idea of I made the man in the image of myself. And we're getting positioned by Mr. Keshe to be able to deliver it in quite a beautiful and extraordinary way. So just a reminder, this program, also a reminder that the testimonials meeting will happen on Monday, and that's at 8 p.m. CEST. So if you're available, and if you have something you'd like to share or have benefited from the Keshe Foundation technology, in a way, it's your responsibility to share that with the others. And you may think it's insignificant to you, but it may be very significant to someone else that you don't even know you're holding, in a way, a key for them to want to learn more or understand more about this endless knowledge of the universe.
Hello.
Hello, Lisbeth.
Hello. Thank you so much. That's a beautiful explanation, Alex, and beautiful workshop. Sorry, I need extend invitation for unify the souls all the time, please, because we are the part of the soul of the peace, and the world in that moment need all souls focused at the peace, focused and elevate all world leaders, especially the leaders involved in the war, leaders from Iran, from Israel, from Palestinians, Russian, Iranians, but no Ukrainians, but in all about all finances the war, because in Vatican's, because all the leaders decide the peace in that moment at the world. Please, all the time, unify your souls and elevate the soul that the world leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very nice.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Oh,
I'm
hello,
sorry to
Nikolai. Yes,
jump
please.
in right when the plane is trying to land.
That's fine.
May
We
take it
have
for
plenty
another
of time.
spin and a half, if that's all right with everybody. A lot of stuff in my experience is always seemingly related to the next thing. And so I wanted to share a little bit of a story of what happened in the conversation last night and the correlation with what you're teaching in today's workshop, Alex, and then ask a few questions. And try to keep it brief because I understand we're at the end here a little bit. But I had a conversation with a new friend and a couple other, so there was 4 of us there at over dinner. And one of these people had been doing a deep dive into what I would call the catastrophism of a pole flip. And there was a lot of conversation today about poles and negative and positive poles and them changing. And this is something I've looked at a number of years ago in very similar format to what the gentleman was talking about over dinner. And he seemed to think that, as the magnetic fields shift on the planet and the poles seem to be wandering further and further from their north and south traditional position on the planet, that we're going to have a rather cataclysmic event happen. And I remember someone asking this question of Mr. Keshe, but I also remember the syntax of the question. And I don't know who it was who asked the question, but the question was something along the lines of, what will happen to the Earth if the magnetic pole flips?
I think I remember
And
this.
Mr.
Go
Keshe
ahead.
said
Yes.
something along the lines of, nothing. The planet's had this happen many, many times. And I understood also what I think the man meant. And it was, what will happen to humans, animals, birds, trees, surface dwellers? That was not the question. And so 2 parts to this. I want to remind everyone that when we ask Mr. Keshe questions, he answers them exactly as we ask them. And oftentimes you'll hear him say, what do you mean? If the convoluted question shows up and we don't know what we're actually asking and it's quite clear that we don't know, he'll say, what do you mean? But I also want to remind everyone that that gentleman, I don't think was asking about the planet. I think he was asking about himself, about other beings, and what would happen then. And so in the conversation last night, I listened to this gentleman and what he was saying, and I was reminded of my similar catastrophism research some years ago. And then I also recalled something Mr. Keshe had said, which was, there's going to be a point in time when you all need to learn how to jump, and you need to know in which direction to jump. And I reminded myself of this as I was listening, and then I shared that with 4 people at the table. And the woman who was there, who was essentially paraphrasing the gentleman's research, because they'd been hanging out together for I don't know how long, and so she was learning as she was sharing about what they had been talking about. And she immediately had this touch a nerve, or not a nerve, but something that in her experience had happened as well. And she went, oh, that feels like truth, from another teacher or another time or another piece of knowledge, that there will be a point in time when she will have to jump and she will have to know in which direction to jump. And I thought this was fascinating because this was someone who knows nothing about the Keshe Foundation, who has maybe heard Keshe's name, who knows how long ago, maybe in the early days of the MagRev research. I don't know. Many people heard about him then and thought, well, this doesn't work. I'm going to never look at this again. And so I shared with the group at the table the idea that at a certain point in time, let's say, and there was 4 of us at the table, so I thought this is a perfect example, we will create a 5th soul between us and give that 5th soul the right, or the not really the right word, but we will empower the 5th soul with the intention of caretaking all of ours. And this would be the captain of the ship, a non-physical being, not because any one of us could be the captain, but because the intention, if there was 4 physical beings and all had the intention to remain conscious, or whatever you would like to call it, when some catastrophe were to happen on the planet, and to pop off the planet into a safe place and position. And I could tell in a way that this conversation very much piqued the interest of the older woman, who I would call a wise woman, many different teachings and trainings over her years. And it, I believe, quite irritated the gentleman who was researching this catastrophism, because I think for him, well, if that's the solution, then what have I researched all this stuff for? And, you know, I know that the poles are going to move, and that the equator will be the next North and South Pole, and that the North and South Pole will do what they do, and there'll be a giant movement of the Earth's crust, and all this water will slosh around, and everything will be wiped out. And so I thought about this a lot in this conversation, and I was reminded about all these different data points, and kind of wanted to hear what you have to say about this, Alex, or anyone else here.
Well, I remember when Mr. Keshe was asked about that, and he took a long pause, and then he said nothing. It happens quite frequently, and most of us are not aware of it. Although there could be an incident where we do become aware of it. Very nice story, Nikolai. Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else want to comment? Alex? I see.
Oh, sure. I think the 180-degree pole flipping is pretty irrelevant. You know, I mean, it just it goes on all the time within our body. It goes, each cell does it 275,000 times per second. So, you know, it's not that much of a catastrophic event.
It's almost like fear porn in a way. Just another point to scare us, to freeze us.
Yeah, the misconception, of course, is the 90-degree rotation. A 90-degree rotation takes you into another dimension, and it can only do that if it's actually changing energy state. So the gravitational aspect of it is going to maintain its position because the energy is on a two-way street. Then it really doesn't matter. See, the whole thing is, if the North Pole is the emission pole and the South Pole is the absorption pole, and then you say, well, that means it's going out the North Pole and it's negative, and then it comes to the South. Well, it's still negative, isn't it? And how can it go out? Because like charges repel, and then come in and like charges repel. That doesn't make any sense. So either the charge itself has now changed, but that part is also true because of the energy that goes around the sphere, the plasmatic energy. But if it changes on the right side, it changes on the left side as well. So if we were to say, oh, well, you know, it's going to be negative coming out, and the other side is negative, so they're going to repel. But, you know, one goes to the right, one goes to the left, comes around, comes back into the South Pole. And let's say they both flip. So now one is positive, the other is positive, but still going to repel. So where is the attraction? How can it come in? And so there has to be an offsetting charge to attract, because opposite poles attract. So like poles repel, opposite poles attract. So it has to be a two-way street. This has been one of the keynote revelations of the teaching. And it fully explains how come we can have opposite hemispheric rotations, and yet in the physicality, you know, the Earth is rotating as one. And the Earth is rotating so quickly, you'd think that we'd all get dizzy, you know, and we don't. You know, the Earth has been rotating how many times since this meeting has been, you know, on. I know that they talk about satellites going around the Earth in every hour. Well, they've been around the world 5 times already, while we've been trying to think about, gee, I wonder if, we can just do a little rotation here. So, we have a lot of catching up to do in terms of that understanding. But like you said, it's fear porn, and it isn't based on scientific knowledge. So that's kind of the difference in terms of understanding the ramifications of it. If you look at the poles, you know that one pole is what they call the North Pole, and the other is the Northern Magnetic Pole. So science has already spoken of 2 poles. So when you talk about pole flipping, what are you talking about? Right? So who says?
Well, in this example, Alex, I want to just jump in. His suggestion, and I don't disagree with anything you've been speaking about. I just find it fascinating that this comes in my experience last night, and of course today. This is the first meeting I've been in quite some time, and this is the discussion. In his example, because they're here at the equator in Ecuador, and he's afraid that the pole will be at a 90 degree, not a 180 degree. And that the new poles would be, let's say, Ecuador and East Asia of some kind.
Yeah, well, that's impossible. If
Right.
you ever played with a spinning top?
Sure have.
Yeah, so you wrap the string around the top and you throw it on the floor, and it's clattering, and then all of a sudden it's upside down, and then it clatters some more, and then all of a sudden it's right side up. It spins beautifully. So that inertia, that is what we call in the physicality, the momentum, writes itself up automatically. So, you didn't break any windows. I mean, unless you threw the top at the window. What I'm saying is there's no damage. You didn't hurt yourself. You were just playing with the top, and you spun it, and it righted itself, and there was no power failures. There was no cataclysmic event. It did it all on its own, and it did it as a natural mag-rav alignment, and the Earth is doing that constantly. That's why it wobbles. It is constantly adjusting. It wants to adjust back to the norm, but this wobble is absolutely essential for life. Where else do you see a wobble like this? And this is something that we're going to talk about in the future a little bit more. When you look at the moon, and I've been talking about rotation, well, the moon does not rotate on its axis, as far as we know, but it does rotate around the Earth. And so in its position with respect to everything else, it seems like it's rotating, but with respect to the Earth, we always see the same side of the moon. So there's a dark side and there's a light side, but there's also a wobble, which means there is a daytime and there's a nighttime. It is that daytime, nighttime wobbling which conveys the energy to the vertical people. So in the daytime, it's above the ground, and in the nighttime, it's below the ground in the root. So the root has to harvest the energy and then distribute it. So we find that the root then is gravitational. So at night, the energy from the sun dominates. And I'm sorry, in the daytime, the sun's energy dominates. In the nighttime, now the root is assimilating that energy, and in the daytime is giving back to the plant. And so you find the plant now with its like magnetical field that is being fed from the root is now interacting with the sunlight, and so you see it grow. You don't see that with a seed. What happens when a seed breaks? The thing comes out and it curls and goes right back into the ground. So it doesn't matter which way you put the seed on the ground. And you say, oh, you put the seed upside down. Well, I know there's a pointy end in the seed and there's a round end of the seed. So, yeah, it should be the pointy end going down. But, you're a farmer, you have thousands of seeds, so you just broadcast them. You just throw them out. So some go pointy end up, some go pointy end down, some go underside. Wherever it comes out in the pointy end. And if it's 90 degrees, it goes 90 degrees into the ground. If it's pointing up, it goes 180 degrees and goes right back into the ground. It doesn't go up. Why doesn't it go up? Because it doesn't have the capability of changing the energy and interacting with the sun. It doesn't have that. It has to change its nature. So what it has is the nature of the energy in the earth. So it's flipped its poles and it knows which way is up and which way is down. That is an earthbound thing. So you know which way is north, you know which way is up. Have you ever been through a solar eclipse and suddenly found yourself hanging off the ceiling? No. So, this whole nature of that something is cataclysmic going to happen on April the 8th is man-made. And if you go into outer space, actually, you don't even have to go into outer space. You can just go into in-between space with a rocket, or even in the, the International Space Center. And you don't know which way is up. And like Mr. Keshe says, well, if you're going to bow, to the north or wherever, how do you know which way you've got to bend over? You don't. Because it doesn't matter. You don't know if you're upside down or right side up or forward or backward, and who cares? Within your sphere of reference, wherever you're standing up. But, you could be totally upside down with respect to the earth because you're in a totally different sphere of influence, shall we say. So everybody can observe this. It's always been there. So, you don't need someone to really explain it to you. You can clearly see that, the solar eclipse has never hurt anybody, or the North Pole flipping has never hurt anybody. That's not the cause of disasters.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Alex. It's fascinating when you're in someone's energy field who is so convinced of one position, and you don't want to break their bubble entirely, but you share a little bit, and I could see the energy in him just very unhappy that I had offered a potential where the world doesn't fall apart. And
well, when you think about
I wanted to share something in a way. Sorry, Alex, I just wanted to say I wanted to share something in a way where I could actually, perhaps offer a different position or a different point of view. And it was disgruntling in a way to see, or he was disgruntled in a way to see that I was not in agreement with what he was sharing.
And of course,
understand that you're standing on the equator. That is the worst place to be standing because the Earth is spinning, and so you're flying around, at the greatest radius from the center of the Earth. You can't be farther from the center of the Earth than on the equator, right? Because the poles are slightly flattened. So you're whipping around. Well, that means you're flipping all the time, and you're really, really flipping fast. Now, if you're standing on the North Pole and that pole flips, why should you have any different feeling than the guy in the equator who's flipping like twice a day. You shouldn't. There should be no difference. So the whole notion of this energy flipping is just like you in the morning you go to work, in the evening you come home. That's what it is. Guess what? The car's turned around. In the morning you drove out the driveway, and then in the evening you drive back into the driveway. What is so difficult about this concept to understand? And yet, you know, we make such a big deal about it. Why? Because it gives us something to latch on to. And what exactly is that? Anyway, thanks, Nikolai. I'm really glad that you're here, man. You really contribute a lot. As you can see, the questions are getting tougher.
And of
Thanks,
course,
guys. Appreciate it, Alex. And yeah, no, it's been something I've been meaning to come back and join you guys on Sundays, and for whatever reason it hasn't happened till now, but yeah, you'll probably see more of me a little more often. And I would say I have 400 more questions, but I'm gonna just let go because yeah, why bother?
And of course, this is not to neglect the near gravitational effects of our twin star or twin universe. As we get closer to the sun and things are moving, we may see some of these near gravitational effects, as they say. And maybe this is why Mr. Keshe is perfecting the system for some of these, maybe a war, maybe another earthquake, maybe another catastrophe. So the feeding, the water, the emotional balancing, the antibiotics, and the rest may come into play much sooner again than we think. I don't think they're done feeding in Gaza, but there are, as we travel through the universe, the roads can change in their bumpiness, and different fields will cause different kind of conditions on this earth. So it may not be a pole flip, but we may experience a comet. That's happened before. And also especially the twin star or the sister universe that was created when this universe split.
So I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present, and I want to thank you, Mark, for leading us through all this. Really appreciate it.
I'm following you. Okay. I'm going to take the screen so I don't forget like I did in the previous session. Anyone else want to add anything else before we close? I'd like to play Keep the Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, become a trial volunteer, and then the final disclaimer. But before we do that, again, may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. And of course, remembering the gifts of the three kings on a daily basis, this idea of thinking good, the idea of speaking good, and the idea of doing good. And put that into practice more and more. I think this is a beautiful shielding effect on us and helps us to mature, where we don't even start by thinking the wrong thing. Anyone else have any other comments? I see there's two more. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Nikolai. Dennis, thank you as well, Claudia, and each and every one of you. We're all part of this very large structure, and we're all holding a very small corner of this very large carpet. So I'm going to play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, which is about a 7-minute video, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else?
Mark, it's Dean here. I'd just like to say, just very briefly, thank you all. You all carry the most wonderful, beautiful light, and it's an honor to be present and to listen. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, let's play this video again. Volunteering for the monthly sessions is somewhat affordable to many. So if you're feeling you'd like to book a virtual seat, just go on the website and sign up for it. Again, let me just bring the calendar up here. And again, the third Friday of the month, again, as Alex said, would be the 19th. So that's when the next transmutation session is, or pre-transmutation session is scheduled for. You're all invited to attend and help to develop this variety of systems. Again, much of what Mr. Keshe shows us in the public domain is already the dinosaur end of the technology. So there's beautiful and great things being developed in the background for each and every one of us, and for the entire humanity as well as the universal community. We're all one family. As he said, these are our cousins, these are our relatives. So let's listen to this video, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all, and have an amazing rest of your day.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.